Alright, so this is Voidwrought. This one kind of came out of left field a little bit. I had tried out the demo 2 or 3 Next Fests ago, I think. However many ago it was, that was the beginning of this year's Next Fest. I just don't remember if there was one in between the last one and the one at the beginning of the year or not at this point. This year's kind of been a blur. But the demo didn't actually grab me that much at the time, so I didn't end up actually covering it. I retried the demo here this morning before picking this up to see if I was willing to play it, and the demo actually worked out a bit better for me this time. I don't really know what made the difference. It may just be that I was like overloaded a little bit when I was sifting through all of those demos at the time. This has certainly happened with a couple of these things. But aesthetically, it definitely seems very interesting. Like, it evokes a little bit of grime, if anybody played that in some places. But without worrying too much about explaining anything else, let's let the game speak for itself, shall we? And move on. The audio should be good, but if anything's out of whack, do let me know, as always. Because it does get a little aggressive in places, especially in that main screen. Across many generations, the ice-covered straits of the Gadia archipelago have remained still. Ancient creaking voices recount tales of a long-lost city buried far beneath the surface world. At the cusp of each century, it stirs. In the times heralding the Red Star, its glaciers rupture. Its ice thaws, and shimmering ichor once more bellows forth from the husks of the progenitor gods, infused with the purpose of its long-dead hosts. At these times, some claim a seductive call summons them to the straits. The silken whispers of the star worm their way across the land, beckoning each to pursue their own ambitions, to seek out the ruins below. Addie's in. In the wake of its siren song, delvers set out in search of riches and fame. Scholars venture to regain lost knowledge, and zealots consume the shimmering ichor to gain its creator's favor. Yet deep beneath the surface, something else stirs, aching to burst forth. And yeah, now we got this thing. Come on, break out. Come on, wakey wakey. There we go. That's us. We're made out of goo. Why? I don't know. Huh. Interesting. In the demo, there were people waiting here for us. Apparently in the main game, there isn't. We're just here. Fair enough. Can't go that way. It's kind of dark in here. Dormant salt receptacle. Okay. Ah, now things are happening. I sense, I feel you. So the sacred ovum has ruptured at last. I am Naman, first to be anointed. We are bound together, child, you and I, flesh dancing to the subtle melodies of the void. But all will be revealed in time. I sense you hold one of my creations. Allow me to awaken it for you. Sure, wake it up. Awaken salt receptacle. Okay. Such things tether us to the past, yet it will aid you as it did many before. We must awaken, my siblings, for together we may serve our purpose. I shall undo the inner seal. Thank you for opening the door. Venture forth, child, and see our world for what it's become. Righto then. So we got a map. Got settings. A lot of relic slots. Looks like we can only have 2 on us at a time. Got souls. Okay, souls are useful. We got claws. We know how claws work. We know where we are, and we know what Naman is. First to be anointed by the sisters, Namun was born through the void, a stillborn child whose dark eyes were granted new light. Once she brought the blessings of life to the Grey City, granting longevity to all through her wondrous crimson salt. Following her rebirth, she came to understand the potential of the void, as well as the delicate balance between order and chaos within. Unlike her brothers, she perceives it as something akin to a parent, equally her protector and nurturer. Good to know. And the shrine... Some things remain true in perpetuity, such as the nature of our shrine, that all who once knelt at its great murals still hear the hollow call of its halls. Change is merciless, unpredictable, and ever-present, but not here. Within the Great Pyramid we find refuge. It is where those of faith are called to renewed purpose. It is here they will learn that there is hope for the future of our once great city. Here the seed of a new tomorrow has been sown. Namun, Rod of the Void. Okay. I was hoping to be able to look at the salt thing we have, but I guess... Well, obviously it's our healing effect, presumably based on the fact that it's up by our health bar. But we don't seem to get any other information about it right now. And, you know, break out as we do. Just bust the walls down. Ah, there we go. More... people?
Hallowed Advent. At last the seal crumbles. At last you are here. Long I tended the candle flames awaiting your arrival. Please do not avert your eyes from this hideous shell, for I exist to serve. Our holy mission is at hand. The city festers with the unclean. Far below, the Council of Elders still remains, their guidance heralded by the first emergence of the Red Star, and our subsequent fall beneath the seas. You must descend. With their tongues silenced, the city's rebirth may finally commence. I will mark their chamber on your map. Meanwhile, I shall prepare the shrine for your return. Others must be made aware. Many souls will surely come.
Thank you. And we got dead people. That are not as dead as they should be. There we go. Let's fix that. Oh, I can't seem to grab ledges, which is a difference from the demo as well, but they probably gave you a bit of a jump start as far as your kit goes in the demo. Oh, I can't even dash. Okay. Had that in the demo too. Don't have that anymore. That's gonna be an adjustment. Can't do that either. Okay, yeah, we have like nothing. They weren't kidding when we had claws, claws, and claws. Okay, contact damage is a thing. Gonna have to remember that. I assume there's a way for us to get more salt, so we'll figure that out. But what was that thing we picked up? Okay, so we got whites and lingering corpses. I do appreciate that they keep a count of how many you've killed, too. Turns out there's 74 enemies in this game. Death within the first city is no longer an end. It is instead the horrifying beginning of a new existence. The dead roam the desolate streets of the Grey City. They are but cruel reflections of their former selves, dragging their mutilated bodies ever onward in search of the light of the Red Star. Well, that's great. You'll love to see that. The rods, the accursed rods, we stole them, held them, tried to understand. We don't disobey, yet they pierce our flesh. They had much, and we are hungry. Why can't we just eat? Two were caught, now they don't see us anymore. They stare and wait. They don't look to be in pain. I don't sleep anymore. The metal plays in my mind. Maybe I too could be taken. Maybe I too could live without hunger and pain. Seems like everything's just going great around here. Desperation is the song of the destitute. Our song reaches from the towering spires to the crypts below. We are the lowest, we who grasp at the straws of betterment, frustrated before the great tunnels of the gods, aching for another sip of divinity. Our homes, our toil, and our world all lie within the cold stone. Chiseled in stone, unknown author. Yep, just everything seems great. Through all time, devotion has lingered at the precipice of madness. There is no telling how long this misshapen being has kept vigil at the shrine. Ancient murals and crumbling scrolls depict tireless sermons held by the devout before the halls of the Great Pyramid fell silent. With its seal broken, even such lowly creatures can be put to purpose once more, and the secrets buried within the pyramid had begin to be unearthed. Well, that seems all well, healthy, and great. There we go. Ooh, this seems like a good thing? Question mark? This is the same color as the stuff we were picking up off the enemies, so I was kind of hoping like it'd be a fountain of power, but it seems to just exist. Looks neat, though. Nope, that's just a path. Okay. Let's not commit to going that way yet. I'm more curious about what's down here. Since the game tutorializes dropping down, I feel like this is probably the intended direction. Seems like we can keep them at claw's length and they can't reach us, as long as we stay to the edge of our range. Aha! A save point. Okay, at least it's a nice, quick, simple save animation. It's a ball. Sure, I'll touch the magic ball. What will possibly go wrong from this idea? It's eating me. You know, that seems like the opposite of what I wanted. There we go, we ate it instead. Adaptation, to slide through small openings and reach otherwise inaccessible areas. We become goop. Okay, so at least we have one of the abilities I had in the demo now. So I presume all of the, like, early prologue abilities are probably what they gave you just immediately in the demo then. And now we can squeeze under here. But before we follow that up, what actually would have been further this way? Would I have been immediately met with a dead end because I couldn't have slid before? No, instead I'll be met with an immediate dead end because I certainly can't jump that good. Okay. That at least verifies out that idea. So we don't have to worry about that right now. It's neat that that plant in the foreground moved as we passed. Okay, they are hurtable, it seems. And I appreciate that they have different sound effects when you hit them, too. I want those. Those look neat. I can't have them, though. Looks almost like we'd break up through the maybe not up through the floor. I don't know. One thing this game does seem to have a little bit of trouble with is the momentum when you're jumping is a little strange. Like, you gain speed in the air, which seems backwards. Like, it's not as you're falling that you gain the speed either, it's on the way up. About halfway up, you seem to gain momentum, and you're very slidey on the ground. So don't be surprised if I spend a long time in this game over jumping. This is why, when in doubt, hit the walls, because you find goodies! All of the goodies. All for me. Those definitely look really sharp. And it seems like I can't reach that right now, so I guess we'll come back for that little lore bit that's sitting there. Because that's what those seem to be, is lore bits. I see that. You can't fool me. At least not while I'm still paying attention. I will eventually become lazy, and I will probably end up crushing my own soul with traps, but it's fine. Okay, so that just looped me back here. Okay, you can clear that jump. Interesting little tidbit, by the way. Two very specific games were bundled in with this game. I did not buy the bundles because, well, I technically bought one of the bundles, because I already owned the other game in it. But the two bundles were for that... Oh, I already forgot the name of the game, and I'm gonna look at it just so I don't talk out of my ass here, so bear with me when the music disappears, because it just does not have background sound for some reason. Oh yeah, Bo, the Path of the Teal Lotus. That was the other one in a bundle with it. It was Teal Lotus and Gestalt, Steam, and Cinder were two different bundles on Steam with this game. And we all know that I really enjoyed Gestalt, so I took it as a good sign that it got bundled in with that. And I could get it a little cheaper because I'd already bought and played Gestalt, so it all kind of worked out, you know? I almost bought the bundle that had it and bow in it, but I was not convinced enough about bow because it seemed like that game was way more difficult than I wanted to deal with, but I can't guarantee that. In worst case, I can always just buy the bundle later and still get the lower rate for bow instead of this and bow at the same time. So at the end of the day, it didn't really matter. And I know I said I was going to do stuff based on humble choice today, but honestly, the humble choice this month was not particularly useful. It's a good value, but it was not useful to me. Oh hi, you weren't there a minute ago.
Oh, tender stranger, would you spare but a moment for a poor, unfortunate soul? Worry not, for I'm not like the others, though my burdens remain great. Here, come closer and feel the stone. Yes, a pungent draught seeps from below. If you could jump and strike the debris at the right moment, it might give way. Go ahead. Figure it out. There we go. Well done, kind stranger. I shall venture forth and see what can be gained within. Just run along for now.
I wasn't sure if that was an ability I had natively as far as bouncing off things by attacking downward. Otherwise, I would have done that sooner. You know, I just had an idea. Hang on, I need to respawn that guy. I have a thought. Because we get some decent bounce height off of an enemy, so I wonder if we can bounce up there. I know that's the same behavior that got me in trouble in After Image a couple times, but god damn it, curiosity. Is like, we can almost jump that high. Oh yeah, we can launch ourselves almost high enough. So I think if we had any kind of way to increase our jump height, we'd make that, but right now we can't. For a second it looked like we were going to make it, and that's why I got excited. Oh, you've got a forward charge. Okay, you are the kind where I bounce off your head then, and then stab you in the back a bunch. You're a durable one too, goddamn. Either that or I need better claws. I'm not sure how to feel about these blue crystals rolling away from me as aggressively as they do. Because I had to go chase that one almost into the map change to get it back. Like, it's fun that they roll, but it can be a real problem, potentially. Oh, we got bullets. I don't know if this game's playing nice right now and is gonna get bad as far as enemies go, or if it actually is gonna be just relatively chill yet. But I'm kind of concerned. It's like, there's a lot of enemies, but they're not really enemies that do much unless you directly get in their way at the moment. But we're starting to get some of those more aggressive enemies in, and that's why I'm wondering currently whether it's gonna be really nasty as far as that goes or not. Okay, I need something to break that. Understood. I do like just all the things I can just randomly hit. Like, we can even slash down things in the foreground, which is kind of neat. Oh, I can bounce off the spears. Oh, that's important information to have. I just reflexively tried because I was going to hit it otherwise. Okay, that I presume is either a health extension or increases our salt capacity to heal ourselves. Speaking of, I should probably heal. It seems like we either get it back from save points or we get it back by fighting. I'm not 100% sure which yet. Doesn't seem like there's any reaction from it when I'm hitting things, so I'm going to assume it's save points. Which, that could get bad. That's concerning. Can I? Nope, I can't slide in the air. You can kind of, like, land on that platform a little bit, but I think you're not supposed to. I I say as I was trying to jam my way in there anyway. Because, you know, why wouldn't I? Now, you might be wondering, well, why did you pick this up now? Because it's not the release date for it. Basically, what I had told myself is I was either going to pick up the Humble Choice immediately, or I was going to pick this up today, as they were about the same price. And since, like I said, I couldn't immediately use anything that was in the Humble Choice to any meaningful degree, I opted to buy this instead. And then later on, before the month is over, I'll get Humble Choice, is basically the plan. Well, that almost went really badly. It is very easy to take damage in this game. Oh, hello. I wasn't expecting to see someone else here. You're not going to pounce on me, are you? Oh, this is the name. Archaeology is my trade. So many things to find in this place. Just when I think I've found something to study, I spot something else. Like this vault of sorts. I'd kill to know what trinkets might be hidden in there. No, not literally. Yet. Anyway, as far as I can tell, the mechanism seems broken. But look at the wall there. It might still unlock, provided we can get our hands on one of the intricate ancient ciphers created by its makers. I've yet to find one, but there must still be some hidden within the city. Thank you for not questioning what I am. Just want to put that out there. But I guess everybody's walking around with masks and such on, so they could have just assumed, like, oh yeah, you're just wearing a really intricate fighting suit. I'm sure it's fine. And I guess it doesn't pay to question things when you're out in a strange pyramid alone. Unnecessarily. Especially when a stranger who's probably covered in gore with nasty looking claws just wanders up. These things may not bleed, but I feel like this ichor is probably sticking to our gauntlets by this point. From just the sheer amount of it. And yeah, there we go. We got our healing back from that. So that confirms how that part works. So that could get sketchy at times. Well, that was a bad landing on my part. None of that worked out according to my intentions. I'm kind of concerned about those lights there. Almost looks like it's gonna shoot at me. Yep. Turns out less almost like it's going to and more it absolutely does. But they are destructible. Oh, I think I'm gonna need to break them all to go somewhere. Considering they're called guardian seals and we just saw it float over this way. Yeah, they control this door. I do like how long it takes for them to shoot considering they fire homing projectiles. Okay, and the projectile's destroyed when they die as well. Okay, so I've got 4 more in the room to kill. Or I guess break, because they're basically an inanimate object from the looks of them, but you get the idea. I'm gonna go out on a limb and assume that's bad with the way it's bubbling. The fact that that liquid's bubbling and looks extra terrifying, though, implies that there is liquid we can actually just interact with safely as well. But I don't know if I'd bank on that immediately. There we go. Bust up another one. I hope we get to find out what this ichor's for soon, because we're getting quite a bit of it. Okay, and they do have a range limit as to where they'll shoot from, which is awfully generous of them. Important thing to note, by the way, I looked up the developers for this on Steam. At the very least, they don't have any other games on Steam. So, this might be a first game. So bear that in mind when any criticism comes up. Because I believe the name was Power Snake for the developers, and it was published by the same people that published Wild Mender, if anybody remembers that from when I covered that for Lurk It a while back. So at least a decent enough publisher behind this, so presumably it's been vetted enough that it'll work out fine. And the fact that it got bundled in with some decent quality games also implies to me that it should be fine as well. I don't think the bundles like that on Steam necessarily get vetted particularly much. I'm not sure how that works, but it's usually borne out correctly. So I'm just gonna roll with that assumption for the time being. So far, this feels good. Like I said, the physics feel a little off. Specifically, like, just that jumping bit feels a little wrong. But it's something I can get used to. It does seem like it could have its advantages. It's not like a pure negative. Oh, that's a big fucking hole. Let's take a look to the left first. Because it doesn't look like we're gonna be coming back from down in that hole unless we loop around somewhere. Fucked it up. Never mind. And yeah, we're not going to the left because it looks like that upper section of it's also blocked. So even if I had managed to make that bounce move work, it wasn't gonna happen. Okay, it's not actually a pit, it's just dark. Ghost. Spooky ghost. Oh, wow, it straight up is a spirit, okay. Thankfully, you can see where they're coming up through the ground because they make light wherever they are. So that's nice of them. Got an arrow pointing down on the minimap there. But this is a save point. Which I appreciate the purple glow that comes out of the doorways of these save points. I would like to also add. It's a good way to mark where your save points are without giving them away on the minimap. So you kind of have to pay attention. But you are rewarded for paying attention. I hope this game has some decent movement tech to it, but we'll have to actually get a movement ability before we can figure that out. Particularly because there's already potential with like the fact that we can bounce on enemies and such for us to be able to do some really goofy movement in here. Hey there, Snork, how's it going? I mean, so far, yeah, we have to touch things because all we have is claws. Well, that's concerning sounds. I'm going to assume that this is a boss fight in here. Considering the door is also shut, that seems about right. So far so good. Who stands before the council, the eternal voices of the light? You reek of the old ways, yet we do not recognize your form among the sisters' flock. It matters not. All who dwell beneath must serve at the behest of the star. Your presence within our halls is an affront. I choose to oppose. Fool, then be undone by our hand. Am I gonna have to fight all of you? Is that the thing? Oh. So you uppity bunch don't even fight on your own here. Okay. You know what? That doesn't surprise me. Punk. Okay, timing needs to be done there. Understood. The hitbox on it's also a little straight. Oh, my invincibility frames. Okay, I was like, why can't I see myself suddenly? Okay, that heal takes a while. And there's that jumping coming back to bite me a little bit. Oh, that's how it works. Each member of the council gets mounted into the weapon here. And they have different attacks. Okay. This guy needs to go. I do not like the big fireballs. No, I don't. So I guess it's better than flying around trying to contact damage me. Bouncing on him definitely seems far more effective than trying to side attack this form at the very least. Bouncing was a little sketchy on the other one just because occasionally you'd bump into him rather than hitting. But the fact that the jumping, like I said, is just ever so slightly squirrely definitely makes it hard to do what I want to do here at times. There we go. Another head broken. Okay, what do you do? Oh, that's upsetting. Don't like that. This is contact damage with extra steps. And I dropped through the platform when I meant to jump. Yeah, it's a little weird. It's a little bit of a weird decision. I lost way too much health on the first part because I was trying to figure out where their hitbox was because it wasn't the whole model. Like, obviously the damage spot is the head, but I also was getting inconsistent damage location-wise, so I was trying to figure out what was happening there. Yes, yes. We oppose you still. I mean, at the end of the day, the pilot remains a changeable part on any machine if you think about it. Yeah, this one's gonna remain fucking garbage to deal with because this thing's kind of big. There we go. Get rid of the worst form of it so far without having lost as much health. Okay, this form does still have contact damage. That sucks. But we had gotten so close to it before that I wasn't sure if it had contact damage anymore or not. But I'm thinking all the parts that are glowing are probably bad for us. We have safety to heal down here, so this is fine. Dodge all that. Okay, no, even the bottom dealt damage that time, but didn't deal damage before, so I'm getting steadily more confused rather than less. Yeah, but see, we were right there on the arm and didn't get hit. Okay, that plan didn't work either. I realized that I have decently long iframes, so I'm like, what happens if I just go ham? The answer, we die. This is gonna take a little bit to get past, I think, just because it has a lot of health, but also covers a good amount of the arena. Like, this is definitely a fight that would be a complete joke if we had any other tools to work with. I really hate how easy it is to drop through those platforms without meaning to, because I'm not pressing down, but it does it sometimes anyway. And I think it's just because slight weirdness to trying to do anything like this with a stick versus the D-pad. God, this reach is also so bad. I mean, it's claws, but still, that reach is painful. I have some real questions for why they have everything have contact damage, but the only weapon they give you is claws that reach like half a foot in front of you. Like, that's just asking for the player to just take a lot of needless damage, just trying to even hit their opponent to begin with. And this one just sucks. Okay, good, you don't do that perpetually. just mostly perpetually. Okay, great. Yeah, where am I supposed to go when it's doing that? There are certain positions where you just have nowhere you can move. If I went up, the spinner would hit me. If I went down, I would bump into his model and take damage. There just was no winning in that situation. I can't even call it contact damage because I at least have to attack. They can just sit there and I'll die by them existing. Because apparently our Voidwrought form is fragile as fuck. God damn it. This fight might be a bad sign of things to come for this game. That's kind of what I'm worried about. But there's a lot of duplicate heads, so I'm figuring we have to fight each unique head once, probably. Which means I think there's one more phase after the one we're dying on, which is a problem. Also, having a, like, 4-phase boss fight as your first boss fight in a game, maybe not the best idea. Just gonna throw that one out there, too. Is like the only way I can see to do this phase in a reasonable fashion without just getting hit all the time is it's gonna take forever because you basically have to hide, hit once, hide again, and that just sucks. I don't want to be here all day, but I might have to be here all day just by virtue of getting screw jobbed. There we go. Oh good, even when they don't have a head in there that has contact damage, huh? Thanks, game. Love that for me. It shouldn't have a solid contact form when there's nothing controlling it. That's not a good design. Like, yeah, sure, there's a physical thing still there, but it was sitting still, so it shouldn't hurt you. Unless there's something powering it, and it seems like the body is what powers it, so the logic there just doesn't make sense. I really hope that this isn't a sign of how the rest of this game is going to be. If it is, then this might actually have been a waste of my money. We'll find out. I can speed this form up a lot by just doing this, though. There we go. Oh, even when it's not got a head in it, I can bounce off of it, so that could have been a way out of that situation. Okay. But, like, these spin just far enough out that it's really awkward to get a hit in without risking it all, basically. And depending on where he happens to float, you can end up with just really dog shit situations there. Especially since this arena is kind of designed to screw you. Ooh, a bit. I don't know if they did that intentionally, but it really seems like it ends up that way. Okay, that form's dead. Is there any more of them? Yes, there is one more, like I feared. Projectiles again? Yep. Oh, those are just multi-homing shots. Okay, that's not that bad. I can just kind of bully this one for the most part. like I did the other shooter. Just need to not overdo it. Because the shots are targeted, so I can kind of adjust them to land where I want them to. I just need to not be all the way in that corner. Don't start, Snork. This is still going far better than it has at any point before. Oh, good. It looks like I might actually have to fight. Oh, wait, no, that's another unique head. We haven't seen that face yet. Oh, I hate that. I hate that. Because that is straight up you only have one way to dodge this, and if you end up out of position, you're fucked attack. I don't like that. That's kind of garbage. Here, since he doesn't seem to ever stop attacking, is to just be right behind them so that you can attack them freely while they can't hurt you. Also, for some reason, more of the body's a hitbox now, so that's interesting, because I definitely couldn't hurt it across the rest of that body before. But I guess this is the last unique head, so maybe that's the thing. I went just a hair too early because I'm already tired of this fight. Game. Does this head have more health, or am I just counting wrong? Because I feel like I've hit this one a decent amount of times and it's not broken yet. There we go. Are we done now? Yep, it's freaking out. So yeah, it's just one of each head. Hey there, ABC. Enough of that stupid fight. Oh, we got a void anchor. Okay. And we got some progenitor flesh. Whatever that means. There we go. Part of me feels like I should have went back to the save point, but yeah, this is what I figured, is that we're gonna get a new ability here. Oh, there we go. We got ledge grabbing. Improved ligaments. Grab hold of ledges to reach higher ground. All good. Do what you gotta do. If we went 7 rounds more, I would have just uninstalled this game, Snork, because that would tell me that this game is not gonna be fun. To stand within these storied halls once more. The world is not as it was, yet the stone remembers. The beacons hearken, and more wayward souls return to these buried halls. Here we gather, as all once did. Oh, thank you for breaking the door down for me. We ask but for the honor of serving the Great Pyramid once more, for in devotion lies purpose. Countless souls still drift through our once great city, light the beacons that they too may find their way to the shrine. Okay, we've summoned some devotees, whatever that ends up meaning. Oh, it's the archaeologist again. Broke my pick. Nearly sent me onto the ground. Fascinating, the mechanism looks to be inscribed with markings of the artificers. Perhaps if some manner of equal force was applied. This loops back around to the save point, but not. We won't be able to access from this side. Ooh, yellow door. What does yellow door mean? Fancy thing. I don't know what this means. I don't seem to be able to interact with this. Though this is, at least this part is a more complete version of the thing the archaeologist was looking at before. Even I'm not so bad as to put a 5-phase boss at the start of the game. I know better than that. I'm more about tricks than grindy, awful boss design. I feel like this needs to have the Souls-like tag if they're gonna be doing shit like that. Because especially with just a 5-hit health bar and a 4-hit heal, you basically can't go blow for blow with that boss, which that part of it's fine, but you have very little room for error in a game that you've not yet learned because you've only just started it, and that's where it really comes in as a problem. We also haven't looked at any of this in a while. Carver, the many constructs of the Grey City still operate, laboring tirelessly to continually expand its domain. Guardians of the Grey City's esoteric inner pathways, secret chambers, and tabernacles, these enchanted statues keep vigil until they are either broken or time eventually crumbles them to dust. Mindless, the earliest of the artificer's constructs, able to perform but the most simple task of mimicking life. Sing Polyp. As the firmament tore open, shattered fragments rained down upon the world. Over the course of the centuries, some of this debris sprouted new life, strange and incomprehensible. I do believe people ended up finding a way to beat that one, but yeah, it wasn't meant to be one. Spirit, death has fled the Grey City long ago. Even destroying one's body grants no reprieve beneath the light of the Red Star. Spirits linger in a world lost to them, lashing out against the unfortunate traveler. Temple Guard, once esteemed guardians of the Grey City, these decrepit husks now eternally patrol its vast tabernacles, hand-picked from the common children, trained and forged into sharpened tools. Watcher, remnants of the ingenuity of the Grey City's artificers, these constructs of stone and metal run amok across the city they once protected. The Council. The wisdom of the past must live again in the present. So said the proverb that led to the formation of the Council, chaired by scholars, prophets, and soothsayers, a select few awakened by the god's flesh. They became custodians of the common man, with the guiding hand of a protective father and the nurturing voice of a mother. Then one by one the gods began to vanish, replaced by the whispers of the light. The city fell, and within dead halls of crumbling stone, maddened immortals lingered. Now that definitely went crazy. Though based on the fact there's only 11 heralds, it might be that every single herald fight's gonna be nasty. That might be the route they've decided to go for. Oh, this is a woman, okay. Couldn't tell by the little voice clips they gave there. A small, stocky woman clad in foreign garb, wearing a multitude of gear to supposedly help with adventuring and cataloging. Her backpack is filled to the brim with clanking instruments, binoculars of varying sizes, spoons, rulers, pencils, and scrolls, all of which flop and jangle about as the eccentric woman darts from one discovery to another. Got the burdened. If this hunched being once stood among the nameless merchants of the Grand Bazaar, such recounts have long since crumbled to dust. Those who once peddled the many currencies of the living now tirelessly seek only one, the ichor of the gods. The hunchback carries with him a vast accumulation of wares, implying journeys throughout the numerous recesses of the Grey City, or perhaps a desperate search for those willing to barter. The devoted. And countless were those who came to pray at the shrine of the gods at the center of the Grey City. In the time before the fall, the devoted traveled from afar to walk the pyramid, venerating its halls through gifts of necra and myrrh. Its seal broken and long deserted chambers exposed, some have begun hearing the call of their faith once more. Unliving remnants of their former selves scattered throughout the ruins of the city, they yearn to return to the shrine and lend their withered limbs to holy purpose. Right. So do you actually sell stuff? Oh, tender stranger. Do you see the lethal spikes littering that pit? On the other side lies a gleaming prize. Fret not, what if I told you there's a way for someone less burdened than I to cross such dangers safely? Simply leap above the pit and strike downwards onto the spikes. The sheer force of the impact will propel you upwards. This holds true for many things sharp and pointy, as well as those who now roam the city. I will remain to observe. So I can actually bounce off of spikes? As long as I don't land on them not meaning to? Oh yeah! Huh. Neat. Okay, and I need 3 of those to get, I presume, yep, max health extension, so we need those. Allows for the activation of the Gray City's elaborate network of void gates. Oh, so fast travel item. Okay, understood. You get some real height off those spikes, too. See, I appreciate that, because that basically means that spikes aren't really going to be meant as a fuck you trap, necessarily. Because you have a way to counter them. That doesn't mean they're not going to behave as such sometimes anyway, because you won't have the option to do so, because, like, it'll be too low a ceiling or something. But I at least appreciate the idea of it not necessarily being guaranteed you lose if you see spikes. Yeah, part of my frustration with it being an early difficult boss, by the way, is it reminds me of the trouble we had with Another Crab's Treasure, because every fight in that was real nasty out the gate, too. Howdy, Pazzy. We got a metal ingot. I don't know what we're gonna do with a metal ingot right now, but we have one. We don't exactly have any forges or anything. Another journal entry. I saw it. Mother says not to speak lies, but I saw it. It was looking at the murals. It didn't look like Mom or Dad. It looked like one of the old statues. Its skin shimmered in green. It was pretty. I hid, I touched it, and my hand turned cold. It hasn't come back yet. I don't think it liked me. My fingers feel strange now, slimy. They don't look like mine anymore. So far, so good. We had a really nasty first boss fight, but we did get through it. Goddamn 5-phase first boss is a little wild. Okay, we can go down this way. Which, admittedly, it having 5 phases isn't inherently a problem either, but the fact that each phase had a lot of health is where it really becomes an issue. If each phase was like 5 hits each, it really wouldn't have been that big a deal. But they were more like, what, 20? And light that and summon some more devotees. Not sure what they'll do, but I'm sure they'll figure out what they need to be doing here. They'll figure it out better than I would. Oh, these heal you. Okay. Good to know. I wonder if they would refill my healing charges. Well, I think I know why there's healing here. He took way more hits than they normally do. Oh wait, is he wearing different clothes? I think he's wearing different color. He might be a stronger version. Oh, there's also a wizard behind the big golem. The wizard's where the fire is coming from. Okay. Oofa. I have a plan. Okay, I can only get so much back from that, but that's fine. Wow, that just has just the right arc to be a problem. Oh, he does aim that. Okay, it just doesn't seem like it. Yeah, both those guys were durable bastards, too. Okay. Gotta keep that in mind for the future. I don't need to kill this, but I feel the urge to kill it after what has just transpired. There we go. Let's learn about what we've just dealt with there, shall we? Lightbearer. A few of the zealots remaining following the crumbling of the sky, yet some few of the zealots remained following the crumbling of the sky, yet some emerged beneath the stone in new forms. Blessed by the light, their incessant proclamations of the god's abandonment still echo across the city. Builder. Criminals and pariahs of the Grey City, cast in metal and lanced through with rods of control. They are forced to endure bone-breaking work until the crumbling of their mortal shell. Yep, everything still seems to be just oh so happy around this city. You have acquired a relic. Relics house powerful activated effects triggered by spending void charges. Void charges are replenished by visiting chambers of reflection or by hitting enemies. The Claws of Ratek empowers regular attacks to temporarily deal more damage. These ancient weapons remain attuned to the violent currents of the void, with ethereal vapors still lingering within the metal. So that other purple ball we saw was going to have another relic for us then. It looks like we get 3 void charges. I think it's in my best interest just to get the hell out of here. Do these respawn? They do. Okay, so we're fine. Everything's okay. Let's go this way now. See if there's a save point down here. Later, idiot. Oh god, there's a lot of you in here. What the fuck is this? Spawn of Ichor. You know what? Fair enough. Also doesn't seem to be dying, like, at all. I am gonna go out on a limb and assume those are indestructible. Okay. This leads back to where we were. I don't like our position right now. It's a very awkward one. Oh, I fucked up. I have fucked up right now. Oh, there's more, huh? Well, this seems really mean. If I had any health left, that would have been fine, but having 1 hit point just meant that was over. Also, didn't realize that this didn't auto-equip, because I saw the thing in the top left and thought that's what that was. I should have really thought about that more. But the claws would not have changed that situation at the end of the day. But the fact that we kept that means that save points are just where you respawn. You don't lose progress if you die somewhere. That's very good information to have in a game like this. Because that very easily could have gone either way until we saw proof of that, which is why I was worried about being as hurt as I was. Okay, we definitely do more damage, but not as much more as I'd hoped. These guys still take a lot to kill. One thing that also makes me happy is it doesn't seem like we left anything behind when we died. So dying just moves you back to a save point. They at least did that part the nice way instead of being a dick about it. But this does concerningly feel like it's another case of them trying to straddle the Metroidvania and Souls-like line, which could go really wrong. There's frequently that ends up leading to some of the more interesting world designs, but frequently leads to kind of nasty gameplay that wears on you after a while. You don't really get to enjoy the world because you're too busy fighting for your life constantly. I'm gonna heal before I kill him, just in case more spawn. Yep, had a feeling. Y'all ever consider that this might be overkill, spawning this much shit in a tiny little box? Like, Jesus, come on now. I don't recall this saying at any point that this was going to be especially difficult, but boy, is it turning out to be pretty nasty. I'm not opposed to it yet, but I am concerned. Oh, looks like we might actually be supposed to go back up there? I don't know how long ago I was supposed to have gone back there, but that might make a difference in our situation here. And if it does make a major difference, then I'm willing to take some blame for the fact that we're having as much trouble as we are. If it doesn't, then it remains a bit of a questionable situation. Okay, yeah, they were wearing different colors. I just wasn't paying enough attention to random zombie number 34 to notice with any guarantee that they were wearing something different. This is just different color, it's not actually different in any other way. Ah, okay, so some of these walls are gonna be doors. Just look for levers near them and you'll know whether they are or aren't. Understood. Like, that's one thing this game so far has been doing well, is it teaches you things quite nicely just by letting you see them and putting them in positions where the information will make sense. Like, the environmental teaching is working out fine. They just also teach you the meaning of pain on a regular basis, and that's where the question mark comes in a little bit. But this could easily be another case where the game starts off, like, brutal and becomes easy once you have any amount of toolkit at hand. I'm not opposed to a game being difficult, as we've discussed on numerous occasions, but having tools to allow yourself to be able to compensate for the difficulty is necessary. Right now it feels like they did both at the same time, difficulty by virtue of no tool set and throwing really nasty things at you. Which has an unfortunate tendency to be a little overkill. Okay, the spear doesn't hurt you once it's gone its way as well. As long as you presumably don't smash your face into the tip of the spear, probably. So that's also good intel to have. Like, to be clear, I'm not asking for bosses that I'll beat first try or areas where I'm not threatened. I just feel like this is one step farther than I would like it to be currently. Presumably that's the sound of me having found a secret, but the secret doesn't seem like... Yeah, this secret just is a shortcut. It's not actually anything new. So that's unfortunate. And why is Discord lighting up so much? Did I... Oh, I forgot to do a thing. Hang on. Let me fix that. Otherwise, that's gonna bother me. There we go. This way I'm not getting piles of Discord notifications down at the bottom that make me think something's gone wrong. Oh, yeah, now that we can ledge grab, we can grab this too. There we go, just one more and then we'll have a slightly better amount of health. I'm going to currently bet that it's going to give us one more hit point. Which, don't get me wrong, one more hit point is still not bad. But I don't think it'll make or break anything at the moment. Huh. Today I learned they have physics just enough that you can juggle them if they're off the ground. Gonna have to keep that one in mind. I can't quite reach that ledge to grab it, so that's still not an option. And we didn't go back this way before because we couldn't climb. Interesting. So I can hit them, but they don't look like an enemy and they don't attack me. I'm not sure if I should destroy them. Well, you know. Envoy hushed. I don't know if that's a good thing I've done or not. I really don't know if I did a good or a bad there. But you know what? I did it. Well, that's potentially concerning, but actually, with the fact that we are apparently born of the void, that's probably a good thing. Oh, good, another trap room, huh? Get bullied, gun nerd. Ow. Revenge of the other gun nerd. Oh, this is just upsetting in so many ways. Okay. That wasn't that bad. Mostly because the room wasn't that small. Not like the other one. But it definitely had potential to get real bad for me. Oh, this must be that door to the left. I wonder if I was supposed to have run into that before. How does this work? Because now we have two of them, but I seem to not be able to interact with this in any way. Yeah, because these are the void gates, so theoretically I should be able to travel between these two. Because we have a void anchor. But apparently I can't, because no button I'm pressing is doing anything here. Well, never mind. Probably need to do something to gain access to that still. Or perhaps it's like a weird, like you use the map from there to then teleport type deal. Oh hey, there is actually like fall stun. Interesting. I didn't catch whether I took damage or not from that fall. And in hindsight, I probably should have looked. Because that's going to be important information to have, too. How do I get back up there? Oh, yeah. Climb up here, right. To be born is to be of the faithful. No god demanded worship of themselves above their sibling, and the faithful would each seek out their deity among the pantheon. But that was long ago. The gods since vanished, and the faithful to be the faithful is to despair. Countless fell into bleak sorrow, a few yet linger, trusting that the gods are never truly gone. They cling to every sign, hoping to be rewarded for their faith. One hit point in a fucking dream right now. Nope. Doesn't seem like that's the way to do that. I should go the other way to go to that save point. This is the safer route. Damn it! Doesn't help that basic enemies also take a fair few hits. Like, they're not bad as far as how many hits they take, but they're just enough that it breaks the flow of moving through the area to deal with them. Which, you know, alternatively, you can just kind of bounce over them, but not every space allows for that. There's nothing inherently wrong with having even basic enemies be a threat. But if their primary threat is the fact that they just take like 10 hits to kill, that's not exactly great. Because honestly, the only way you get hit by those basic whites is either you're stuck in a position where you can't get around them, or you do what I've been doing and just swing once or twice too many, because you're just trying to get past them. I do wonder what all these artifact fragments are for. I think we can get to another red thing somewhere around here, can't we? Before I go to where the game wants me to be. No, because this was a dead end where a couple of these dudes hang out. I do appreciate that you can hit them through each other, so you don't have to, like, deal with them one at a time. So at the end of the day, I went the correct direction by going this way, because like, we can't actually go higher over there. I also could have just avoided dealing with that guy entirely, but I wasn't confident in getting over him without somehow getting hit. Because I'm still not super comfortable with this game's movement yet. It's just slightly something that needs to get used to. Oh, sacrifice. Ethereal ichor dances calmly within the font. Okay, I can sacrifice progenitor flesh here. I don't know if I want to, though. There might not be anything else I use it for, so sure, we'll do it. Okay, that was just money. I feel like that might have been a mistake. There might be something else I could have used that for. Because I'm betting you probably only get progenitor flesh from bosses, which means there's gonna be a finite quantity of it. So if there's something that we get for using that, I've now screwed myself out of getting whatever's gonna take the maximum amount. First discovered scattered across the world during the first emergence, these scarce phenomena are believed by some to be what remains of the ruptured souls of the progenitor gods. Neat. That's probably gonna be useful for something. Ah, there's now a devotee here, and you are hanging out here. Well done, kind stranger. I shall venture forth and see what can be gained within. I collect many things, you see, yet long for nothing more than the blessed ichor. The very lifeblood of our long-dead gods, equally sacred and profane, I sense it upon you as well. Would you not see fit to lighten the load of a poor covetous soul? Okay, and that's what the artifact fragments are for, is I can buy some of this stuff. Summons an arcing projectile that can be struck to send it flying horizontally. Become invulnerable to enemy attacks while dashing. Slow-moving orb from which the vertical beams of light erupt. Provides additional health. Releases an entity that over time extracts salt shards from defeated enemies. Oh, these are ancient ciphers are keys. Yeah, we were told about the ancient ciphers before. We have 4 artifact fragments, so technically we get 2 things here. I'm gonna get the slave crest for the health, which means we don't have enough ichor for the God's Eye, which is fine. I'm kind of curious about the Sky Sharp, but I feel like the Astronomer's Band might be the better choice for us right now, because it's something that's less finicky. The countless souls lingering throughout the Grey City may still be called upon, providing passive boons that remain active after the soul has been summoned. Ooh, yeah, that's 2 extra blocks of health. That's worth it. Especially right now while we're still kind of weak. And we didn't get at the full description for this. One of the many created by the mutilants. This relic can harness the energy of the wearer's pain and reshape it into a vile corporeal form. Neat. And it would appear that the arrow was for going to see the shop, which that is important. That definitely helps. Okay, you just have information. We may as well learn. While I was the first chosen by the sisters, I was not the only child anointed by the void. My brothers followed, each gifted in their own way. The 3 of us are now bonded to you. Life, vitae in its purest form, once the foundation of our prosperity. Through it you are bound to me, as I am to you. Return to me should you come upon more of my dormant salt receptacles, and I shall awaken them for you. Okay, so if I find more dormant ones, I get more healing charges. A last desperate act. A joining of divine ichor and voidal energy most caringly artificed, cradled within the very shrine we find ourselves within. What would come of it, we could not have foreseen. Much was buried beneath the stone during the fall, yet our greatest tabernacle survived. The shrine shall remain a home to all who seek it. Good to know. And we got another devotee just hanging out there, a couple of them over here. To stand within these storied halls once more. The world was not as it once was, yet the stone remembers. The beacons hearken, and more wayward souls return to these buried halls. Here we gather, as all once did. Okay, it's the same thing they were talking about before. Awaken all that would see your divinity, for purpose is found in devotion. Marvelous work, blessed Advent. As our flock grows, we may begin to unearth the past and expand our domains. Ah! So I can excavate the humming stone. It needs 2 people and some ichor. Sure, do it. Wondrous, the Sister's vast web of void gates lay at our fingertips. You hold the anchor, but you do not yet possess the means to utilize it. Long ago, thieves arrived from beyond our world. The beast they brought fed by what they could pillage from our great ruins. The many-headed serpent. Apostates. Too many of our people were seduced by their withered words after the fall, clinging to the light. Their wisdom must remain in the past, entombed and forgotten. I hear you've journeyed through the streets of our beloved commons, is where most lived before the fall, pious and proud. It has always been from humble origins that the best of us arise. The further one reaches beyond the grounding stone, the more clouded the mind becomes. The carved halls of a city once bustling with life had been reduced to a labyrinthian tomb, vacant of life, but not of faith. Not of faith. Anyway. So, yeah, see that? I figured that one was our home point back here at the beginning. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. It looks like more warp points in the map somewhere. So the map's not that big if we've already gotten 3 out of what basically you can count as 15 goes. So this game might not be that long. Then again, 11 bosses. Basically, you can then assume from that point that there's more or less 11 major areas. Since logic denotes each area would then have one of said 11 bosses in it. And we've finished one said area. Maybe not like completely explored, but we've finished the main point of the commons, which was fighting the council. We have a goal over here now, which I presume we get to by going over here to where we can climb up. Another artifact fragment. The fact that those seem like they're relatively common means I'm not too worried about spending those. Oh, we might be going to the surface. The old waters. Oh, this is all frozen. Okay. I thought that was water I had to jump over. See, world design and art-wise, they've done very well with this. Because a lot of this is just weird enough that it's kind of neat. Did I take 2 hits, or did that just remove all of that bonus health? I'm not sure. So far, these things are a lot more straightforward to deal with than the things in the first area, which seems wrong. But maybe this is one of those games where the beginning, like I said, is harder than the rest of it. Because there are definitely plenty of games that start off harder than they end up actually being. That doesn't seem to be doing what it's supposed to be doing. You know, I'm not sure I made the right purchase anymore, picking up that ability. Oh, this is where we get a bunch of trace metal. Okay. The monoliths, the accursed ice is unending. We climbed further this time, yet could not... It still could not reach beyond its domain. Some did not return. They became one with the ice, circling one of the primeval monoliths. A death rite was performed in haste, as such a place does not abide the living for long. As I prepared to descend, something beckoned me to turn back toward the stone. Through the white haze, I could swear I felt their frozen eyes meet mine. Well, that's concerning. Maybe it was some of these ticks living in the ice and snow, in stone. You just thought it was some malevolent entity beyond that. Though these ticks definitely seem to be malevolent in nature, so really at the end of the day it doesn't much matter. I do like it when you can hit an enemy that's walking on walls and it'll actually fall, instead of just continuing on its way like nothing happened. Like, the more you have enemies actually responding to your input, like responding to you hitting them, responding to you being there, the better it ends up being, honestly. Okay, that time it went flying around. I think it got, like, stuck on the corpse of the fossil thing or something, instead of going where it was supposed to the first time. I can slide through here, so I should probably check. Aha! Extra health. Shadow, thank you for the raid. Hey, what were you up to today? How was stream? Hey there, Crimson. Welcome in, everybody. How is everyone doing? There we go. Don't mind me, just trying to fight for my life through this horrible pyramid that we found ourselves in after being created here. Apparently we were created to unseat some upstart deities. So that's a whole thing. There we go. Oh, ended up back down here again. There we go. Those ticks are definitely upsetting. I mean, I wouldn't say exactly, but it is the same way of drawing that created the way this looks. Though I was honestly expecting somebody to say that, because it really does have the same method of drawing done for it. And this particular environment does look like one from Hollow Knight. The environment we were in before definitely looked quite different in comparison. Oh, there's the red star that we're talking about. That seems great. That's probably a problem. Okay, we need some kind of grappling ability to go that way, so we're not going there. Sounds good. Hope you have a good time at work, Shadow. And yeah, you do get a bit of Sauron vibes from the giant red Eye of Doom up there, huh? That does seem concerning, all things considered. Okay, we still can't go higher up in here because we need the whatever the grappling ability is there too. Okay, they've got no head, but they must throw. Ow. I don't know how to feel about the fact that it seems to have been consumed by the red eye there. Okay, we got people with no heads, now we got people with no arms. And their hitbox is not where you'd expect it to be, so that's concerning. There's a cooldown on sliding, I need to remember that. But they too have been consumed by the red eye. Red star, red eye, it doesn't matter. I'm definitely getting way more grime vibes now, both between that giant star being so much more present and these guys that are mostly stone. Yeah, I figured the heal was going to take too long there, but if I didn't heal, I was SOL either way. Now, the question becomes, can I actually even get through that fight if I don't go there with a bunch of missing health? The answer may surprise you in that it still remains a maybe. Because this game certainly doesn't pull its punches. Oh, that thing's an enemy too. Okay. And it has a projectile. Got it. This was a better path, though. This was definitely a better path. As we just went around our problem. Yeah, I'm not sure what to do with this location. Rude. Okay, the beaks are durable as all anything, as it turns out, but then again, their whole thing is falling on somebody, so I guess you have to be pretty tough when you go to use an attack set like that. Above, where the new light bathes in all hues of crimson, we once lived. That is what those who lost themselves say. The lesson, according to those who rule in the name of the gods, is that faith is not concerned with earthly matters of hearth and home. Faith alone is where we must live. It is the warmth we require and the shelter we need. To fail this lesson is to be without a place to belong. If those who lost themselves were ever to reach the surface, they would lament the loss of our city below. They are forever transient in search of a destination they lack the will to find. Well then. That said, there's an implication there if there are those that recall having lived up by the Red Star, which could be considered a burnt-out sun. And the fact that there's so much ice up here could imply that this was a far more normal world before, and some manner of apocalypse has befallen it, which led to it being in the state that it's in. The abandoned expedition. Knock knock. I'm assuming that's a sign of those that worship the Red Star. We're definitely more in my element in an area like this, though. Full of machinery and spinning wheels. Whatever went wrong here, though, did a number on this place. Even the ladders are busted. Well, that's upsetting. That's a really nice fire effect, though. Okay, we found our teleport room that we still can't use. Is for some reason they're all over the place and they activate, but we don't have the ability to use them, which remains slightly confusing. Weird meat machine. Okay, that's certainly a thing that exists, I guess. It's got those same rods sticking out of it that the builders do, though, I think. Another artifact fragment. Let's have a look at those things. Let's see. First, charger. Horrific imitations of life blunder over the shattered steps and seared rocks of the surface, hurling themselves toward anything they perceive as if desperate to discover the purpose of their aimless existence. Envoy, the learned still debate the origin of these beings, first observed as the Red Star's light began to shine upon the world. The presence of these enigmatic flutists seemed to defy reason, as their incessant melody can be heard beyond even the thickest of stone walls. Many were those who became so enraptured by the sound that they laid down to listen, never to rise again. Hence it was decreed that such beings must be silenced whenever encountered. Okay, so there is actually a reason for me to have killed the one that I did, is, for those that missed it, it wasn't attacking or doing anything, it was just sitting there playing the flute. Didn't even have contact damage, you could walk through it. But it took damage when I hit it, so I'm like, well, I may as well finish what I started. Have formed. No process of creation is infallible. For each masterpiece created, countless canvases lay discarded. What more or could such an existence entail beyond the agony of a potential unrealized? Loader. Advanced machines of burden still roam the metal halls, their forms now fused with conscious flesh. Okay, so originally these weren't weird flesh machines. Okay. Snapper. The Snapper is believed to be a wily creature, originally part of the vast waters surrounding the archipelago. Lacking most senses, it does not appear to take notice of the world around it as its brood engages in displays of synchronized motion. Tick. Primeval parasites reawaken upon the withdrawal of the ice, extracting whatever nourishment remains within the rotting carcasses littering the old waters. That's the other thing. There used to be an ocean or something there since the water was removed, and it's called the Old Waters. So either some manner of ice age happened, and then afterwards the ice was destroyed, since it's implied that there was ice after the water, and then the ice was removed. Oh yeah, we also didn't look at Beak. Beak, neither truly alive nor dead, this misshapen being drags its oversized frame forward apathetically across the seared rock. Upon encountering life, it tips over clumsily, aiming to crush its foe in an attempt to attack, or perhaps merely to defend itself. And then we have the abandoned expedition. We do not know if the vessel of steel and its strange people arrived from beyond the skies or across the oceans, for its presence was recorded only long after the fall and our exodus below. If they sailed in its light, then perhaps the Red Star saw fit to punish them for defying its command to stay below. They defied it for the sake of greed alone, bumbling about our old domiciles and holy tabernacles like common thieves, taking what does not belong in their hands. They were never welcome here. Their vessel of steel remains encased in ice to this day, and its people now roam in forms twisted and vile, reborn by the gods. The Exemplar. The Old Waters. The murals tell of a time before the ice, a time of vast waters brimming with strange life from whence the progenitors once crawled. What a sight it must have been to behold the birth of gods. Malformed and wondrous, their blessed forms held the miracles we now take for granted, ushering in an age of prosperity for all. Yet no age lasts eternally. The emergence of the Red Star wrought calamity upon our world. Cast down from the heights above, we now linger in the dark tunnels carved by our long-lost gods. Bilgurum the Scholar. So yeah, that checks out for it being like possibly even a minor supernova, where it didn't quite destroy the planet, but it like cooked the surface, and then this star didn't put off heat anymore the way it used to. So everything then froze afterwards. That might be what happened here. The surface. We once believed the surface of the world to be ours, an archipelago gifted by the gods, so vast and vibrant, brimming with life and fertile ground. How arrogant we were. We were not forced below as the Red Star tore the skies apart and melted the stone. We were ousted from where we did not belong. Oh, our insolence. The surface was never meant for us. It is the domain of the star, a world wrought by its light from beyond the void. An empty canvas, a limitless supply of clay for its eternal creations. We had the gall to stumble about its reaches in our worship of the gods, dragging our filth and mud across its wondrous creation. Hubris! Even the gods knew the truth as they one by one vanished beneath its light. Oot the Screamer. Yep, that sounds about right for somebody who's shouting about nonsense like that. There we go. Clear out another one. Yep. I see you hiding behind there, you sneaky bugger. Wow, you take a lot of hits, Blunderbuss. Okay. Keep that in mind for the future. I see what they mean about misshapen bodies now, because that looks like a head that's separated from its shoulders and is just real tight around the brain. And it got worse. Just called crew, huh? Well, I guess that's what's left of the crew then. Got oil spilling over there. Yeah, this place is just upsetting. Maybe I should have played this around Halloween. I had thought about it, but I was like, it can't be that spooky. You know, for being called blunderbuss, you really don't have much scatter. Whoop. Okay, they also blow up. Also not typical of a blunderbuss, but you know what? I guess if you use it wrong enough, it'll blow up. I did a thing. I don't entirely know if I wanted to do that or if I should have done that, but I guess I did it. Which, honestly, that thing looked like it was in pain standing there in the electrical current constantly. So I probably did it a favor. Jesus. That's a lot of bad in there. Oh, the thing on the roof isn't attacking. Okay. I expected to get attacked from above, too, when I'm trying to cross here. That's why I was so nervous about attacking properly here. Oh. Oh. That thing up top was a command cyst, which presumably means that the blunderbusses and such might just be riddled with a parasite of some kind and not sentient in their own right anymore. Blunderbuss, once mercenaries hired to ensure the safe journey of captain and crew, now mere stumbling abominations subject to the command of a greater whole. Command cyst, amalgamations of flesh and machine seemingly interconnected with the minds of soldiers around them. Perhaps they are the remade forms of the commanders of the expedition. Crew, none within the steel vessel were spared, least of all its ignorant crew, through metal and flesh, all were reborn. Yikes. Like, they've definitely got a creative menagerie of nasty business in this game so far. Like, credit where it's due in that regard. I don't know if that oil would do bad things to me. I just would rather not touch it. Is that you, Captain? No, just another silent specter. Madness without end. How did we run into the ice? How did I lose you, my friend? We should never have been parted. If only I could hold you again. Please, I am all alone. My friend missing. I can't even remember their name. Huh. You know, I don't really know if letting you out of there was better for you or not, but I guess you're free now, so good luck. I'm assuming these were intended to get me across. Wow, they take a lot of hits, huh? There we go. I do like how they fly away when they get broken. Copter. Once mere tools of maintenance, these incessantly buzzing machines now act as a layer of protection against outsiders venturing into their derelict vessel. Yeah, no, it definitely seems to be holding true that every area after that first one seems to be way easier to get through. Now that we have literally anything to work with. Ah, so I can't bounce off of the box. That was definitely there as a trap. There's more of these void spinning bits that we still can't get to any of. Sir, I don't mean to alarm you, but I think your head's on backwards. You know, I'd be yelling too in that situation, I'm not gonna lie to you. Lunatic, huh? That checks out. I'm just gonna cheap out the copter and then we'll figure out what to do about the lunatic afterwards. There we go. This is certainly a method to do damage to him. There we go. For a moment there, I thought maybe the fact that the copter respawns was like a sign to use it to bounce up there, but you push it down too hard. You can't actually, like, gain height with that. Oh good, finally a save point. Just in time for me to have burnt everything we had, pretty much. So that's convenient. They do seem to have spaced the save points out pretty well. Most of the time. I think we need whatever our grapple ability is to get up there. There's devotees even here. Hi! The Eternal Engine, huh? Oh, okay, you have a really nasty ground spike move. And a circle spike. Oh, right, you can bounce on those. Right, that's the idea there. The music that was kicking in was kind of nice, but wow, this might be a bit of a rough go here, much like the last boss was. It is safe to say that that's a boss fight right there. I'm not entirely sure what to do about that charging attack it has, is the main current issue we got. Especially since there's a little bit of door there that you can get stuck on when it does its other attacks. Why am I sometimes getting hit there? I don't understand why occasionally my attack doesn't work when I'm doing my drop attacks. Oh, and that's timing. Okay. Okay, that thing didn't have that much health, as it turns out. Oh, no, that's not the end of the fight, huh? Great. Great. Why would I think that that was the end of the fight? Why would I think that this game would not have an extra fuck you waiting for me? What this tells me, though, is if I just go crazy with the claws straight away, we might be able to just push through this first section of the fight. Be pretty clean. You know, except for the fact that he did that immediately. Yeah, see, there we go. We rushed that part down just fine. Now it summons minions. Oh! It's because this is the actual weak point. Okay. Oh, but if I hit that too much, then he's in play and they're in play. So having a copter around was actually a good thing, because it allowed me to use that as a means to bounce. Okay, it's down again. How much damage do you take? That much. Okay, so it doesn't have a safety net anymore, presumably, is what that means. And that's the problem. Every time its head rears up, its hitbox gets weird. Like, I've noticed I fall through it rather than being able to hit it whenever it rears its head up. I don't know if it's gaining iframes or if the hitbox is moving, but it feels like the hitbox moves improperly there. Like, you would think you'd still be able to hit it when the head's up, and the head would still be where the damage spot is, but it isn't. And that's a little fucked up. But it's fine. It's obviously designed to prevent you cheesing it like I was just doing there. At least completely. Down he goes. Claws out. Rip him up. Oh, more of them spawned over here this time. Okay. I was like, seems like they spawned less crew, and I'm not sure what to do with that. I just assumed maybe I rushed that phase down fast enough that it worked out for me. I got thrown off by that. Is you basically start to learn how something behaves, and the second it behaves differently, it's like, well, what made it do that? The answer was, it's because I was too far to the left, I think, so it spawned the dudes over on the right so that I couldn't just kill them while killing the boss itself, basically. Which makes sense, it's just very upsetting to find out because you don't get to see it. I forgot that that was a two-hit move there. I disagree with the fact that the spikes don't have a hitbox until they're fully extended, too. That basically makes for bad visual recognition as far as that goes. But we were able to kill the heart immediately this time, so that might make my life easier. Let's just heal while we have a moment to do so. Okay, there's a heart on this side too, but we have boosted damage right now, so we should be able to rip it apart just like we did the other one. Nice. Now, I'm assuming there's gonna be a third heart in the middle there. Yeah, I think that might be this game's biggest flaw so far, is that these boss fights are a little too long for their own good. You basically end up losing by attrition a lot if you're trying to do it at anything other than a very slow, safe pace. Because, like, I could have sat there and, like, waited a lot of the time there, but there's not a need for that. Aside from just because these things are spongy as fuck. Is those patterns are not complicated enough to justify how long this fight is. If it had an engaging and complicated pattern, then by all means make your fight last a while, but these are not engaging patterns. It's like, oh hey, he's throwing spikes, I guess I'll bounce off of those. Oh hey, he's charging, I guess I'll just either die or jump over him or something. Like, at least they gave us some fun background music for this fight, but... Oh, and the fact that his attack continues while he's downed is also not great. Let's just go ahead and add that to the sins of this particular fight. There we go. interesting that it blew up and then unblew up for a moment there, but hey, that was an easier fight than the first one, I would say. Because, well, and it's not necessarily fair that this was easier, because the only reason this fight was easier is because it was more exploitable. But by virtue of the way the health amounts work in this game, it kind of incentivizes you to exploit the fight rather than fighting it properly. Because let's be real, with the amount of enemies they started spawning at the end there, for example, if I fell, it was over. Like, I don't know what world they thought you were going to be able to fight all that. Augmented Cortex. While near ancient technology, you press up to possess and manipulate it. That also was slightly misaligned text there, but that's fine. Oh. Oh, ew. That's concerning. Kinda neat, though. I assume that's what will allow us to use the void gates. Because we'll be able to basically inhabit the void gate, and then it'll allow us to traverse. So we've got that going for us. Which, on that note, we may as well go back to the shop. Assuming, yep, that's exactly how that works. Ah, that's how that works. Okay. We just basically open a black hole at each gate, which seems problematic, but I'm sure it's fine. We still don't have another vessel. She got an arm back. Huh. Well done, kind stranger. I shall venture forth and see what can be gained within. I collect many things, you see, yet long for nothing more than the blessed ichor. Yeah, we went through all that before. A different attacking move might be in our future, but I want the ancient cipher in order to open that thing we saw. So I'm very curious what's within that. And that was down here somewhere. Oh yeah, right here. Duh. We could have actually warped over there, but it's not that long a trip. Which, admittedly, even this area is going to seem easier, both between the 3 extra health we have compared to where we were before, and the fact that we are now familiar with the controls compared to when we initially appeared. I wouldn't say I'm very heavily familiar still, because it's got a weird bit of float that I'm still having some trouble coming to terms with at times. Because I expect it to move tighter and it doesn't. But I'm still much better off than I was before. But I feel like that makes itself apparent just by witnessing how I'm moving through the world compared to before. Since we know about this shortcut, we may as well use it. Let's see what's in this vault. Assuming just one cipher is all that's needed to open the vault, which there's no guarantee. You found one. I can't believe it. Quickly, let's see what lies within. All right, it seems to accept the cipher. What happens if I do this? Ah, interesting. And let's try this. I think I understand how this works now. Yeah, now it's up to us, I think? Oh, look, can you see the pattern? Yeah, I need to rotate it around. Just one more to the left. There we go. There, we've got it. We got a thing. I hope. Huh? What happened? What is that thing? The air feels different, tingly. This isn't what I theorized at all. Why would they lock this away? I must consult the scrolls. Thank you for your assistance. Travel safely. You know, I'm slightly disappointed. I'm assuming now, based on the, like, wing thing sticking out over here, we probably need to activate multiple of these before anything happens, and now I'm incredibly disappointed in my purchase of the Cypher, because we gained nothing in the immediate from that. Whereas if I had spent my stuff otherwise, we would have at least benefited in the immediate, and we could have come back and bought that Cypher later. But, you know, that's how you learn these things, is by being disappointed when they don't work. I think I'm gonna go back to the ship for a moment, though, because there are things there we can do now that we can possess machinery. Because I don't think there was anything in this section that we could actually use that ability to access. Because we saw like one door in here, but I believe that's the one we opened by pulling a lever. And then there was the one other skinny door, but I didn't see any machinery on a side we could access. So I don't think that's where we go about that idea either. Oh yeah, this is laid out a little weird over here. And I could go all the way down to the one down here in the descent, but I don't really think there's anything for us there. So I think we are best served going back to the most forward location we have, basically, and using our power to open the things we know it can open. Am I crazy, or is there more of the crew out and about now that we destroyed the engine? Which seems, in some ways, slightly opposite. You would think after killing the boss, there'd be less of them around. Okay, that opens that door down there. Bang. Oh, this seems upsetting. Gonna assume that these things hurt, so let's just not find out, shall we? At least we know where they go, because they have to follow these electric wire rails, and yep, they hurt. Ah, another thing to summon another devotee. That'll help us open up more things with the dude man. The big spider-looking dude who... I talk like this. Oh, good. The fire traps work on them, too. Good for them. These guys seem almost more fragile than the enemies in the first area, and I don't know what to do with that information either. Like, there's a lot of things in this game that just don't seem like they scaled correctly. This doesn't make sense. Because I didn't even boost my attack, and those guys died about the same speed as the other enemies. which is the part that seems incorrect. They should be, if anything, tougher. Okay, we can't access that machine from here, so we're not gonna be able to do that. Hindsight being 2020, I probably should have checked to see if I could excavate more while I was still back at base, but I kind of just went, ooh, I bought a thing, I want to go use it. Like, immediately. We didn't go down here because I avoided falling down here. Oh, I don't like that. I don't like that that door is constantly slamming shut. Okay, the assist dies when they all die. Okay. This seems safe. It's actually way more safe than it looks. Yes, can't have a level in this game without an arena fight in it somewhere. Oh, hello. He's got a flamethrower. I can see that already. Oh, and he explodes, as expected. Ooh. Kind of gruesome how just, you know, half of him explodes. I guess that's about right for what a flame tank on your back would do, though, huh? Unfortunate for him. Putrid remains. Is there actually anything we can even do with these remains other than sacrificing them? What appears to be the contorted remains of a long-dead member of the crew. No resemblance of a person remains. And we know about the augmented cortex already. Oh yeah, there are still new enemies. Flamer. Heavy armor and weapons of fire became tools with which to tame and subdue. Reborn in the light, these behemoths now seek to scorch anything that might threaten the inner holds of their derelict vessel. The eternal engine, the flesh of a god endures. It does not allow for true death, defeat, or despair. It is malleable. It can be reshaped. Such was the discovery of the outsiders who found themselves beneath the light never intended for their eyes. What was dragged into their hold from the confines of ice was neither alive nor dead. It simply was, and it frightened them. Yet some heard the whispers carried by the light. They began cutting, prodding, and sawing, creating, unable to understand what they had uncovered or what they would become. Though tainted by their hands, the flesh of a god endures. Well, it doesn't endure anymore. Emaciated near to the point of death, this young member of the vessel's crew seems partially coherent, incessantly searching for something. He claws at the dark, his half-disintegrated eyes darting about nervously. So, he's noted in the book, so he might actually be useful for something at some point. In fact, I might want to double check on him now that the boss in the area is dead. He might have something useful now that what I'm assuming is the originator of their malformed bodies is dead. Perhaps some more coherence will appear for him. It's at least worth a try. I wouldn't bank on it being a thing that'll work, but it's worth a try. I mean, after all, he's just right here anyway. There also appears to be a lower section there. You found them, didn't you? Oh, my friend. Oh yeah, that did work. Okay, so there's oil down there. Okay, looks like we're not going that way right now. Not until we gain an ability that allows us to deal with the oil. And we can't go this way currently. Oh, there wasn't a control assist there before. I wonder if they just appear in random spots. Okay, destroying that control system doesn't seem to have done much of anything. I thought it was attached to these guys, but I see that there's another one above them. Okay, if their cyst is destroyed, they all explode. So yeah, that's worth killing the cyst first, then. That's our lesson in how to defeat those guys. Let's see. I keep thinking select will open the map. We know we can't go that way because there's a door in the way. We know we can't go that way for similar reasons. We know we can't go that way because that's where that tiny little tunnel is. What was stopping us up here? I think it was another door. This one might be accessible now because we haven't gone up there yet. At least not since we first arrived. It looks like this area otherwise is cleared. Like, there's this door here, and there's an opening over here. But it looks like we otherwise pretty cleanly picked over this whole section. There's a dark spot here which might lead somewhere, and this isn't lined off, so this could potentially lead somewhere as well. And then obviously there's areas of the surface that are higher up we could get to if we had a means of grappling and climbing, which we do not yet possess. So having counted all the options, let's go ahead and hop up here and see if we can actually get to that door and get through it. You can squeeze through smaller spaces than you might think in this game, and that's part of one of the many things that were throwing me off at the beginning. Because I would assume I couldn't fit somewhere, and that would lead to me taking damage I didn't need to. As it stands, we're almost dead, which is not ideal. Actually, while we're here at the teleport point, let's go ahead and go back and check to see if there's any excavation we can do, since we have that extra devotee. And we have Ichor to spare right now. We got a block descent there and a block descent here. So we'll just go ahead and clear them both because we have enough people to do it. Presuming we don't lose the people when we do that. Oh, that opened a bunch of stuff. Ooh, that could be huge. Let's open up the other descent real quick, though. And then we'll decide from there what to do. I want to see if there's other options behind that one. Okay, so we've got Grumbled Alcove that could be opened up, Secret Compartment, Shunned Library, Voidal Energies, which we can't afford, more Collapsed Passages, and we now can't afford the Grant and Artificer, which is a little unfortunate, but that's fine. I'm assuming the Shunned Library is probably an actual area. And the rest of these are pretty expensive. We'll grab the most unit-intensive Collapsed Passage, since they all cost 500. And then we'll probably open up the library, because we can still afford that. Loose Bricks, Inner Sanctum, and a Strange Seal. Okay. I kind of dig this little, like, management bit we got here, where we can actually, like, choose what we open up.
It was decreed that some knowledge was to be kept away from the eyes of all. Heresy. The vast records of the library belong to the flock.
Did that open up anything else? No. So we should need a bunch more Ichor, and then we'll be able to open up even more territory. Find Remnant. Unmade. parts of the whole scattered. A mind caged. What was shattered shall be remade, reborn. Right then. So that doesn't seem like that was that useful. You have anything new? Nope. You still have all the same things you had before. I am curious about that endless kaleidoscope. We still don't have any use for the assassin thing because we, of course, don't have dashing still. I would really like to get the wrappings of Naman, but that takes a lot of everything. You would think if just a handful of dudes with sticks could poke these things open, I should be able to break them open with my claws. What do I know? I'm just gonna map everything we have opened up just so it's mapped. Mostly just for sake of my own mapping sanity there. There we go. What this means, though, is we need a lot more Ichor. Okay, you don't have anything new to say. And apparently I can't exit that menu without talking to her about something. Oh! Oh, that's what the vault did, I think. Because you'll notice the same thing that was on the vault sticks out from behind him. I rise. Caged power surges. Vaults must be unsealed, torn open. I wait. Okay, so we'll be able to interact with Ratek once we have the other vaults. And judging from the fact that there's like 3 spikes here and it was a triangle on the vault as well, I'm going to assume there's 2 other vaults to open. That just seems like a safe guess. We've done a bunch in there, even though we have and we haven't. So back to the abandoned expedition. We'll go up from where we are now. We're going to be. And see if that leads us somewhere. It may be that I should have opened the area that was accessible through our tunneling. Like, the game may have intended for you to do that. But if they wanted me to do that, they should have encouraged it more rather than just having it be a option among many. Because obviously, I'm just gonna pick something. It's not really gonna be like, oh yeah, guaranteed this idea. Yeah, we looked at the sign here and we didn't even go in here. This is probably where we were supposed to have started the area. Oh, there's a lunatic. Real early to see one of these. Though I suppose it's only early compared to when we encountered one, because of the path we took. Oh, this seems great. Oh, fucked that up. There we go, just clear them all out. Yeah, because this looked breakable, which is why I was interested. Another artifact fragment. Very good. Very good, very good, very good. That's enough fragments for what we want. We just need to save the Ichor up now. Which is highly unlikely to happen because I'm going to forget I want a thing that costs a lot of Ichor. And then see something that looks neat and I'll be like, yeah, I'm buying that. Oh, that flame is moving. You know what? Y'all can deal with that. You guys have fun with everything burning around you. Goodbye. I probably could have bounced up there. There we go. That sure is a lot of fire you're spraying there, bud. Oh, I thought he was dead. Turns out he wasn't. He is now, though. Definitely is now. Okay, so this loops back around to here, and we can open this up so we have a nearby save point. This would have actually been somewhat of a dead end if I had went this way the first time through here, so I'm glad I did go the way around I did. I just accidentally went the right way. And admittedly, as I am apparently very wont to do in these games, like I just have a reflex for going the wrong way. Interesting how they drop a varying amount of ichor. There's like a couple of them we got like 3 ichor out of them, and some of them we're getting like 6 and 7, and I don't know what the difference is there. Unless maybe there was only visibly 3, and there was actually more, and they were just like stuck in the ground. There's another one of those void spots. I'm wondering if that's like an ability that'll let us teleport into those or something. And that's why we see so many things we want next to those, but no other means of accessing them. Health extension. Or part of a health extension, anyway. Okay, go up there. This floor, I presume, is breakable, based on the fact that it looks like just a bunch of junk laying on the floor. The secret find sound in this game is honestly vaguely ominous with the boom it does. That. Another artifact fragment. Ooh, another recollection. The bloated beast lay dying within the ice, struggling to breathe, unable to carry its masters further. Its steel hide had been struck and tortured, seared by flame and pierced by jagged nails. Blackened blood seeped into the stone below. The cries that once reverberated through its veins grew hollow, replaced by a dull pattering against its skin. As it lay at the brink of death, an unfamiliar voice called out from within. Life returned to its scorched shell, and the metal began to sing. The rebirth of this vessel, I presume. I don't know how to feel about all these broken parts scattered around here. I didn't do that. Ooh. The Lost Gardens. If this all looked like Hollow Knight before, well, here you go. Do I want to commit to going in here yet, or do I want to try to go up there and in here? I feel like I want to go in those other 2 rooms first, because otherwise I'm going to forget that they're there. Also, the fact that my first introduction to that garden area is a bunch of wasps really makes me wonder whether I want to be there. I'm going to have to be there, presumably, but, you know. That doesn't mean I want to be there. Okay, well, this is a dead end at the moment. So that at least solves one of my what-ifs. The fact that we can climb up here, though, means that there might be a way. Yeah, because this door's open. Whether this continues anywhere or significant... Oh, right, we couldn't actually... Oh, wait, no, we could do that. Just barely, but we could. And we're back to the surface. Interesting. Nope. Oh, wait! These guys make platforms with their spears. Interesting. I like little monster interactions like that. Those are fun. More games should have those. This way monsters aren't always necessarily just an obstacle. Okay, that wall is dangerous. Oh! That's why it matters that these guys throw their spears at the walls. Is you can then use those spikes to go up the wall. Even though there's damage there. I needed his spear. Also get a load of that guy. He's a big boy. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna leave the room and come back, respawn the dudes, and see if I can make something happen there. We don't need that one, so we'll just kill him off. Oh wait, I do need him, but not anymore. Yeah, I just needed the one spear he threw, which it seems like those spears may last like forever. As long as they're not replaced. Come on, throw a spear over here. Okay, even off of that I can't reach there, so you, sir, are unhelpful. This didn't matter. It was worth a try, though. And I'm betting there's a secret up there if you actually do the spear hop that I was talking about. Because there's a grapple point up there. So presumably you grapple down at the part we could reach there, you hop up the spears, and then you grapple from there to get to whatever it is that's up there. We just can't do it yet. To the gardens it is, then. It seems like we have no other paths. At least that are open in this section. Because if we look at the map... There's this, but I think we couldn't reach that. These were sealed off, as was this. We can't go any further this way. This was also something we had to grapple to. Ditto with everything that's up there. There might be some side stuff in the old waters, but it didn't really seem like it was standing out to us too much. I'm pretty sure this is still something we can't go into. So yeah, that just leaves going this way. And I assume now, hold on, I'm thinking about that, those body parts scattered there are conflicts between the local wildlife over here and the weird crew. Huh. Okay, so touching that warped it over there. Which further convinces me that, yeah, that's exactly how that's gonna work, is it's gonna be a warp ability. Huh? Maybe it is down where I was a moment ago that gets you over there. And into where this is. Now, how does one access this? Maybe it's a longer path than I think. Who knows? Deal with it in the future. Does this thing still work? Machinery is old, but in surprisingly good condition. Probably just need to open up the sluiceways to kick it into motion. Note to self, pack more rope next time. Probably for climbing around in this place. Oh yeah, this is definitely gonna spin in the future. When we get those mentioned sluice gates running. Wow, that was a hell of a death sound. Black Wasp. Before the first Black Wasp hatched beneath the light of the Red Star, the gardens bloomed in all manner of vivid colors. Since then, most fauna have been eradicated by its vicious temperament, subsequently leaving the flowers to wilt. Gardener. The splendor of the Great Gardens was achieved in no small part due to the proficient cuts of the hermetic gardeners. Silent stewards roaming the on gilded stilts, they are as much a part of the spectacle of the gardens as their creations. I kind of love the little helicopter move they do when you break their stilts out from under them. The soil of the city was fertile and eager to be cultivated. So it was that the people gathered in the fields, offering seeds of the gods to the earth. They watered them with holy secretions drained directly from the bodies of their benevolent deities, and waited in anticipation for signs of growth. Plants, trees, and flora soon burst into life, and the great gardens were born. Their plateaus provided all with food, shade, and most importantly, possibility for growth. Those who tended the vibrant groves turned their minds towards the future. Great works of alchemy were conducted, ensuring that the cycle of life left nothing to spoil. Well, that sounds like all of that was working well. Up until, you know, this happened. I appreciate that the black wasps explode when they die. Mostly because I do not appreciate wasps in any form. They upset me. What's behind door number 2? More wasps. Everyone's favorite thing. Oh, this just connects back to where we started, so I could have actually gotten this save point if I just went forward instead of up. That's fine. We didn't need it. Yeah, the difficulty scaling in this game seems very strange. Because, like, this area is pretty chill so far. The gardeners are a little scary if you aren't careful, but they're really not that bad. The crew and the blunderbusses and all that weren't really that bad either. Not that the enemies in the first area were particularly dangerous either, but the positioning they were put in was nasty. But here we've got decent space to move around and mostly just relatively slow attacking fragile enemies. And then this happened. Bird of Paradise and Pincer Hulks. I'm more concerned about the Pincer Hulk, if I'm honest. Bird of Paradise just seems to kind of freak out. Oh yeah, we've also got these guys on the ceiling. There we go. I was like, does this thing die? So now I can't reach these things up here, which is mildly upsetting. Well, I can do this. Slug sack, okay. Oh, Oh, well, that's brutal. Its head popped off. Bird of Paradise. Once the centerpiece of the garden's splendor, these birds have since deteriorated into misshapen shadows of their former selves, losing even their ability to fly. They now merely lumber forward, bedecked in shimmering growths that undulate unnervingly. They chose really good words for some of this. Mostly just for making it extra upsetting. Pincer hulk. These hulking beetles were once but the size of silver coins. Across the centuries, they gestated and became warped by the presence of latent alchemical processes. Now they roam the gardens with the same ruthless territorial disposition they possessed in ages past. Just better able to enforce it now that they're fucking huge. So when those explode, when they die rather, they explode. Is what I meant to say, and then I decided to put those words together. I think I've made a mistake. Oh yeah, I've definitely made a mistake. One sec. Weird. Okay. Heard an odd noise and it sounded like it was at my window, so I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna look just to make sure. But there's nothing there. So everything is fine. I don't know what this thing is, but I'm gonna kill it before it does anything bad. Oh god. I wondered why there wasn't any gardeners in here. That's because they were saved for last, apparently. There we go. We made it through. Barely, but we made it through. Yikes. You know how I said this area was easier? Yeah, not when you're trapped in a room with them, as it turns out. Shocking. And that's the problem with these arena rooms, though, is there's not even a reward for surviving them. Your reward is you get to move forward. And at some point, arena rooms like that seem to have just become the style that people do, and I don't know when that happened. I timed that slightly wrong. There we go. Another part of a health extension. One more and we'll actually have another hit point. Oh, how nice that will be to have one more hit point. And that may sound sarcastic because it mostly is, but it is still going to be useful. And I suppose I should be thankful at least that those arena rooms don't reset every time you go through them. If they did, that would be nightmarish. Oh, that's awfully kind of them to leave a healing thing here. Huh. We appear to be at an impasse. So I can't go this way. But we couldn't really go any of the ways we were before either, could we? We have data on all of them, and I don't need the Ichor badly enough to fight that. Oh wait, yeah, looks like we can go down here. Ow. It's clear these tubes and then we'll head down there. Oh, more down there than I thought. Ow. Unfortunately, they don't seem to destroy each other with their own explosions. Oh, and those are definitely contact bombs. I thought I could just run past it because it's like, oh, it takes a second to blow up. Slapped in the face immediately. Save point! Everything's better with a save point. Of course, now we're saved down here, which means we don't really have a way out of this hole, I don't think. So if it gets bad down here, well, we're kind of committed now. So this seems like it might be activating some old mechanisms here. So maybe this will work out for us. Oh, hi.
Another one for the vats.
Are you the area's herald? This is a really small room to be fighting you in. You also mostly throw your bombs over my head, it looks like. Aberration defeated. Okay, so that was like a mini-boss. That wasn't so bad. Ooh, and we get a relic for it. Gimme. Acquired the Alchemist. Oh, that was a soul. Reduces channeling time of healing salt. Oh, fuck yeah. You mean it doesn't take me as long to heal? Abso-fucking-lutely, yes. I don't like this. It makes fart noises when it dies. Anyway, moving right along. Oh yeah, we do actually have a bunch of data to look at. Oh yeah, Alchemist. Learned tenders of the great vats of the gardens, the process of cremation, and the refinement of life-extending salt from the ashes of the dead. Oh. The fact that that has a number on it means there's gonna be more alchemists somewhere. Or presumably. We've already discovered like half the enemies in this game. Infested bug. What once crawled within the underbrush has festered into no more than a bulbous growth, an orifice from which to expel toxic fumes. Oh yeah, we didn't look at the lunatic. Even the tortured existence of the vessel's crew seems a blessing compared to the fate of those who carried the first flesh within the hold. As their teeth sank into the supple rot, their bodies danced and contorted at unimaginable angles, and the burden of thought was cast aside. Moldling. Of the many vessels offered to the great salt vats, not all were put to holy purpose. As the city crumbled, many were simply left to fester, reclaimed by the undergrowth. In time, some again rose, carried by root fungi and mold, wandering the overgrown gardens in an unnatural parody of life. Slugsack. These slimy gastropods of the undergrowth crawl mindlessly from food source to food source, gestating oozing sacks of volatile liquid upon their backs. And that's everything we've got so far, because the alchemist was on that page already, so... onward. The fact that we got the ability to heal faster makes me wonder if I missed a heal charge somewhere. You know, you do you. I'm gonna just ignore that. Okay, that is just regular territory, and we're not getting across that right now. So we will just move right along with our lives. Guess I'll just go fuck myself. Oh no, we can go this way. Oh, that turned red. I love the fact that these things in the background actually animate differently sometimes. Like, you got things that blow up into colors, you got things that get knocked across the room. Looks like I did this in the right order. I'm sure the shaking of the whole building is fine. Oh, it's because that bridge is temporary. Well, that could have been bad. And we get our next ability. Twitch fibers. Press B to quickly dash forward, traversing gaps and evading danger. There we go. Now we can cross gaps. Based on the demo, it doesn't seem like you have iframes when you're dashing, so that's worth keeping in mind. But it does launch us a decent distance, so is that enough to cross this? It is. Oh, hi. My spores spatter against the body of another. You inhale me. I have felt the vibrations of your movements through the gardens. You stimulate me. You stand within my domain. You will serve. The vats grow stale, must be replenished. Seek the awful jars far below. Feed the vats. Sure. I tremble with anticipation. Venture below, I will feel your presence. Sure thing. I'm taking this, though. Oh, that just recharges my powers, I guess. This seems, needlessly dangerous. Okay, worked out. Everything's fine. I debated refusing, but I wasn't sure if that was gonna mean I had to fight it, and we didn't have a heal charge, and we weren't near a save point at the time. Like, we had a save point, but it was not especially close. And I'd really rather not do all that walking again, just because I decided to be a little shit and argue with crazy plant monster that was, like, 3 times my size. Admittedly, 3 times is probably an underestimation, but you understand. Another one of these, huh? I found another one of the city's great lifts. Best as I can tell, this one was primarily used to carry salt from the vats below. Couldn't find a way to reactivate it on this end. You would think I'd be able to possess these things, but I can't. Because, you know, we can possess machinery now. Devotee summoned. We don't have the ichor for what I want to do. Or, I should say, for what I wanted to buy. But, we do have the ichor to gain access to some places. Okay, there's 3 of them. I think I can actually bounce my way up to that golden thingy. As long as I do this right. Where'd the 3rd one go, though? Oh, there we go. But they keep not positioning properly. This might take a minute to manage to have happen. So I need one kind of lower and then one higher, so that I can kind of chain bounce the way I want to do. Why is there like 2 layered on top of each other? I'm not sure they'll ever quite position where I want them. Especially if I keep fucking up my timing like this so badly now. Got it. Oh! Wow, I really feel stupid for having wasted my money on that ancient cipher now, because there was one just right up there. That's fine. But yeah, now we're back in the old waters, which is interesting. Because that basically means that this area is a, like, entire section between these two spots that we found it. Which means it takes up that whole middle bit there. Which makes sense. If it's what encompasses what used to be an ocean, then it would have to take up a good amount of ground. I would like a save point, please. Hopefully Big Scary Plant won't be mad that we wandered off from what he was asking us to do. Cadaver-eater, huh? Oh, that acid sticks around, as it turns out. That's a shame. Oh yeah, that whole lower section over there on the right is just where the water is. No point in going back that way at the moment. We can, however, go down here and find out if there's... Nope. I'm going to assume that activating the machinery will get rid of the red water. Because I assume that that red liquid is probably part of what turns into the salt. Or it's a byproduct of it, one of the two. And we know that this lift doesn't lead us anywhere right now because we can't use it. Oh, we can actually unseal this. And we were shown how, so I presume now we do the thing. Oh, I see. It's that far out of alignment here. Oh, but they both move when I do that. Well, that's annoying. Nope, I know what I need to do, I'm just not doing it correctly. That was the wrong way. But there we go, we can move that part and it works. Ba-da-da-da. Eh? Isn't that what we're supposed to do? That's what was shown to us before. Why didn't it open? Is the triangle... Oh, the triangle's not aligned. Oh, that's mean. This all has to be aligned. So close to correct, but still so far from correct. I keep ending up with this middle part upside down. Which, at the end of the day, if it keeps ending up upside down, there's there's a simple solution to that, then. Except this still ended up not aligned properly now instead. Ah, God. How? Like, I feel like there's something I'm missing here. I'm just not clear on what. Which, if I was clear on what, then obviously I would have solved it by now. There we go. So that's 2 out of 3. Oh, damage improved. Did we get a damage boost the last time? Does that would explain why everything got easier? And I may have just missed that because I was too busy looking at everything else that was going on. That was definitely worth doing, even if it was a pain in the ass. Because doing more damage will make our life infinitely simpler. Admittedly dependent on how much more damage we do. I think we were two-shotting those before, so I don't think that's changed. Those I think took 3 before, so they're dying faster. Can't get in there yet. Okay, that's not breakable. Means it must be openable somewhere, considering it's blocking a very visible path. Goodies! Spectral Blade. Summons a blade to perform an arcing swing. Yeah, that's probably better than the ball of dumb. Yeah, it's pretty good. Just a big old magic sword. It's definitely more spammable. Doesn't do more than a hit's worth of damage though, so gotta keep that in mind. Ow. Ow. Fucking acid. Not sure I want to go this way. You know what? Curiosity pays off. When it doesn't kill you. But see, dashing, not always the right choice. But I think I did land on the attack, so that's mostly on me. The Grand Bazaar. Wasn't the Grand Bazaar one of the things we could open up a path to? So I guess you don't have to purchase the paths then if you don't want to. They're just a shortcut back, perhaps. Blade Swarm. Okay. Oh, there was a lingering corpse under him. I'm like, how is that a lingering corpse? We've seen those before. It's because there's corpses all about. Well, we know where the musician for this area is. There's a builder. I'm not sure how to feel about enemies being reused already, but at the same time, they do make sense to be here. twitch fibers. Bladesworn, warrior priests trained in the ancient arts of war of faraway lands. Their influence, when spread to all corners of the city, sharp chakrams equal spectacle and feared tool of death. Cadaver eater, a scavenger of old, its acidic excretions allow it to sustain itself on decomposing flesh and calcified bone alike. Justicar, only proven warriors were granted the honor of wearing the ancient ceremonial armor, or is forged by hands that turned to dust long ago. Once the peacekeepers of the Grey City, the purpose of their blades has shifted from cutting down all who would oppose their old masters. I mean, that's basically what they were doing already, just now you're saying it more honestly. Because you can say they were protecting peace all you want, but that usually boils down to destroying anyone who disagrees with the order. Oh, you can aim that a little bit. Okay. Oh, I see. No, I don't see. I thought they would become vulnerable after their little thing was killed, but apparently not. Does it actually tell me anything about that, or do I have to kill the main part for that to tell me anything? Nymph, a gift of life unwanted must still be granted purpose, and the innocence of the young is easily reshaped into eager servitude. Okay, so that must be a separate entity from this thing then. We just can't do anything with that currently. I don't know what that did, but whatever it was loud. There's our warp gate back. Yeah, now it's just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 gates left to find. You know, hindsight, I probably should have just counted the gates I found, and that would have told me, because we know there's 15 gates. You know. I do want to check to see if this actually was one of the paths I could open from over here. And we can open some more stuff up. Though not quite as much as I would like yet. Oh no, it was Grand Artificer, not Bazaar. I thought the Bazaar was in this list, but it wasn't. It might be attached to some of these passages, though. We still need one more for the Inner Sanctum. I'm curious about that one because it's the only one that doesn't cost Ichor to open. For now, let's open that collapsed passage. Because I don't want to spend all of my Ichor here right now. Let's see what that opens up for us. Whispers. That seems important. It's got a different symbol on it. There's still the voidal energies. And there's all kinds of stuff we can do. We just can't do it without a lot more Ichor. Oh, the envoy for this area is in here. You can tell because you can hear them when you cycle to the false wall. Is there anything else I wanted to do before I left here? Let's see if the one attached to the vaults has anything to say now that we opened a second vault. Power surges. Oh yeah, they have things to say now. I was the second, thrown into the maw of the beast, yet I emerged unscathed. Feared. They did not walk through the storm as I once did. I was the strongest, only to be fettered, caged in the dark. Betrayal! Unseal the vaults, let the waves of the void crash upon us, and we shall become fury incarnate. Their nature remains irrelevant. They will be undone. For you and I, they are but game to be gutted and devoured. strength to be consumed. None understand as I have. It acts through us, reclaiming all. Okay, good. Good talk, everybody. Oh, there was a switch I missed. It's probably important that I hit this. No? I can't hit it. I still don't know what the switch I did hit does, to be fair. It's interesting that this place seems to be lined with scrolls. There's some carpets, too. This doesn't seem safe. As the light scorched the world above, the oceans boiled and the earth crumbled, life was driven beneath. The lament of all once sunlit and jovial halls were cast into silent darkness. Those who remained fell to their knees, posing questions born of fear and indignation. They had been dutiful, they had sacrificed, they had eaten. They recited holy words and endured the adjoining hardship. And yet they were granted no answer. The gods were gone. The city had gone gray and silent. Interesting that it's the weaker whites here, rather than the ones with purple clothes. What is it with putting teeth on everything? Urnborn, huh? Okay. If I hadn't killed both of those, I would be able to hop over that. Oh god. I can't believe I actually avoided that for a second. Okay. We can actually just get over here that way. Oh, is that why some of them are weaker? Is they split? Protector, or commissioned by the royal house, these creations were artificed not merely as a means of protection, but as a force of subjugation. That seems great. And yeah, these look like the standard guys, but they're called shamblers instead. Many were crushed as the city fell, their mangled remains buried atop one another beneath the stone. The reformed dead all heed the whispers of the light, shambling forth in a horrifying joining of flesh. Yep, that's great. Yep. We've already seen a lot of the enemies in this game. Some of which we have encountered but can't kill, so they can't be added to the compendium, it seems. Oh, there's also decayed husks that kind of look like shamblers that shoot. Okay. Looked almost like they were shooting their spines at me, which is upsetting to think about. Decayed husks. The dead will carry on their fight in whatever form they awaken in, their lifeless flesh and bone developing new grotesque abilities as a result. So we had killed one of those, and I think I just didn't notice it because the way this is laid out makes it hard to spot things unless you notice the name. And just top up my health. The music in this is definitely interesting. Some of it's really, really good. Some of it's just a little weird, and I don't know how to feel about it. Oh, that does work. Okay. I feel like there's gonna be a trap somewhere around here. I was honestly expecting one of them to immediately drop me on the spikes or something when you try to go for it. Find remnant. Because obviously there was gonna be stuff hidden in the dark around here. Just they chose not to be violent with the things they hid in the dark this time. They just instead hid beneficial things. Journal entry. But the screamer lies. The fool shouts and screams. His voice is shrill, his words unkind, hysterical and devious. He screams without end, and every word is a lie. I hate him, I hate him, I hate him. Why do so many listen? Fill his mouth with dirt and throw him into the awful vats where he belongs. Why do they listen? He is loud, he does not soothe, help, or enlighten. He merely screams without end. I don't know how to feel about the fact that I thought of a lot of people when they said that. And the whole line of thought there. Anyway, moving right along. I don't know what all of these are doing, but they're shaking the ground and making rocks fall, so I'm assuming I'm doing something rather significant by doing that. Okay, looks like that was just a shortcut past needing to deal with the mills. Speaking of the mills, there's another one. See, I would be upset about an area like this, but these mills are fairly slow. They're actually not that bad to deal with. And you can still hear them well enough that you wouldn't be blindsided by them unless you're not paying attention. At which point, that's kind of on you. And the fact that we can, like, bounce off of them and things like that allow for enough counterplay where it's not really that big an issue there either. Spooky red candles. Ah, that's where the warp point... Wait. This is still the same map. Why is there two warp points here? We didn't really go that far either. That's a little weird. Okay. Would have figured this would have been a save point, not a warp point. But what do I know? I wonder if there's some relevance to that. Like, to the fact that that is laid out the way it is. Like, if there's a specific reason, like, part of the bazaar is gonna get cut off at some point or something. Like, maybe with all the switches we've pulled, I've even cut myself off now. I don't know. Okay, I can't go this way, so my instincts were right to not go this way. Yet. So far, I have to say, this game gets off to a bad start, but after you get past that start, this seems to be actually pretty good. I can't dash and then jump, so I think up there is a dead end for us at the moment. We also can't go this way because it presumably is attached to whatever is up there. So this is currently a dead end for us. Oh yeah, you can mark things, so we'll go ahead and put an eye there so I remember. I was about to say, it'd be nice if this game would let you mark spots, but it does actually let you do that, and I just didn't pay attention to it because it wasn't mentioned at any point by the game, and I didn't really look at that part of the screen when I was looking at the map. It's enormous, what I find, and shimmering like a gemstone, what I'd give to be able to get close to that thing. They just won't ever leave. What are they? The air feels strange. Oh! Time Lost Scholar. I'm gonna assume that all those shapes hurt. Just out here playing just shapes and beats now, goddamn. This was a good time for me to remember that I could dash in the air. Oh, there's more than one of you, huh? Well, they did say, what are they? So I guess I should have expected that. Well, I'm proud of myself for killing the first one, going in there with garbage health. Real shame that there was two of them and not a single save point to be found throughout this whole section. Unless I missed one in one of these two doors, which I might have, but I don't remember seeing any purple anywhere. And you might say, well, you know, there's a warp point there. Maybe you should have warped away and saved. Except if it... Well, there's a warp point near a save point like over there. But there's not a save point in the shrine, which is another bit of an odd one. Unless it technically saves when you're in there, because it is an entire purple area. Much like the save points are purple. But it didn't, like, seem to save, so I'm not sure. Well, guess we're walking back again. I was looking around debating, like, is there anywhere else I can go? So I don't have to just walk back right now. And the answer to that question was, not really. But also, I don't think can access the lower sections of this place yet. So we can't do what the flower wants. Because I think we need to be able to activate this in order to get to the lower sections. It's all conjecture at the moment, but in theory it's correct. Still bothers me that there's that path there that we can't access. But even the map says that there's nothing pathable there. So maybe they just built that to fuck with people like me. I don't know. Then again, the map's shown nothingness where there's been secrets before too, so... Maybe I just shouldn't trust the map as far as something like that goes. It lasts for so fucking long. Wait, that's a thing, and I can reach it. Give. Good petroglyph. I awoke in the ice long ago, before water, before cities, before light. Here I lay for so long I thought it impossible to ever stir. Torn from the hole, I removed my limbs. I dug deeper, further. I didn't know what I was, yet I began to sense. Piercing sounds of tiny movement, forms of life floating in the water. I smelled vibrations in the air as energies played in different fluctuations. The entirety of an existence moves. I must be a god. That's a concerning conclusion to come to. But if we are actually witnessing the origins of what was one of the gods of this world, that may be proof that they're not really as, godlike as they may think they are, which is frequently the case, admittedly. Because, you know, it ends up being frequently the case that something that exhibits a higher power than those around it can end up getting misconstrued for being a proper deity. But you know, definitions can vary as to what you would consider a proper deity. Because if something's powerful enough to enforce its thought of being a god upon a population, then maybe, you know, maybe that's god enough. I don't know. I'm no expert on such things. But that also leads to some weird territory as well, so maybe best not to think on that too hard. Take note of the fact that that ballista had a nameplate when I hit it, so that theoretically is destructible. Okay, once again instincts were taking me the right way because I couldn't path this way. Well, this is going worse than the last time we went in here. But this is what I get for being much bolder than I was the first time. What lies beyond? I am old now, my eyes grow gray. Yet I have come to see, to understand. Our libraries are vast, the volumes within telling of a world outside the city. I have read them all. Tomes and scrolls reveal to us other nations, sprouting cities and cultures scattered across this world. It is only once you've read all, as I have, that you begin to notice the discordant notes within the melody, the colors of threads clashing within the tapestry, inconsistencies, implausities, and fabrications. Then there remains but one question for the honest scholar to pose. Is it all a lie? Yes, I propose that we are entirely alone. Never has there been anyone beyond the vast oceans, beyond the archipelago, beyond the city. There is no one else, and there never was. That seems like the opposite of the conclusion you should come to in a situation like that, but what do I know? I think I'm gonna be cheeky this time and actually use this warp point to get to somewhere I can get health back. Because it went real wrong for us this time. Let's see if the shrine actually does act as a save point. Yes, it does. Okay. So it'll autosave when we're in here and it'll fully heal us. That's important information. Let's see about these whispers. I'm too curious about this and the fact that it has a unique symbol. That's all my money again, but I'm hoping that this will pay off in a way that will make it worth the expense. Yep, worth it. Phased flesh. Press RB to manifest a void sphere. Release near a void breach to travel towards it, phasing through solid matter. So now we can go collect all of those things that we saw that we couldn't reach. I had a feeling that that ability was going to be in an optional locked away place, and I was right. I didn't really think it was going to be in here necessarily, nor did I think it was specifically going to be behind that door. But my overall instinct was on target as usual. And this leads me to a question. Do I actually want to go back and get the things we know about that were behind those void spots right quick? Or do I want to keep going forward? Oh, and technically that is a different area. That's the deep bazaar instead of the grand bazaar. Okay. And yeah, I guess I could use this to warp the rest of the way back down to where we were, too. But it looks like that is a dead end down there. But it's probably a good idea to get that done. So let's go ahead and fight those scholars while I'm still relatively familiar with their pattern. also noticed that on the map this was actually slightly higher as we were warping, but I just can't go up there yet. But that helps keep in mind that that's a thing. I immediately get run over for my insolence. Still, being down 1 hit point is way better than where we were when we went over here the first time. Just go very aggressive on this first one here. Okay, I thought they were gonna die before they got that attack off. Turns out they have a little bit more health than I thought. Also, the symbols they're making isn't what deals damage, it's just the circles. So as soon as they're done making the circles and they start going away, I can go in on them then, too. I need to heal. Okay, successfully healed. One down. I thought I was gonna clear that by dashing. Got him. I almost died with him though, which would have been embarrassing, but we did it. And now we get another fancy thing. The chrono canister. Neat. I don't know what that does. On impact, the canister creates a bubble that slows down time. More powerful beings remain unaffected. This otherworldly contraption is unlike any of the wonders created by the artificers of the Great City. Perhaps whoever engineered it applied it as a tool of preservation or punishment. But yeah, another mini-boss dead. Time-lost scholar. Among the learned, hushed voices is told of those whose thirst for knowledge surpassed even the offerings of the greatest libraries. Recklessly reaching beyond the borders of the known, some were never to be seen again. They definitely seem to be a bit, altered. Oh yeah, we also didn't see the Urnborn. Countless are the awful jars found throughout the Grey City. Once they held the remains of those deemed too impure to be processed within the sacred vats. Now they sprout a manner of life that should never have been. Wasn't there another thing we found alongside the Urnborn? Oh wait, no. We did look at all the other ones. We just forgot to scroll down far enough for the Urnborn. But hey, we came back and we won that fight. Right after losing it. So I'm pretty happy about that one. Most of the fights we've encountered, we've had to redo at least once. And that part's fine. I'm just happy that there have been a few that we've at least gotten first try. We know we can't go into that upper right part, so I think we're better off just warping back up out of here. And what we'll do is we'll quickly warp back to the shrine again to heal, and then we'll carry on. It becomes a question of where do I go from here, though, and I think it's back to the bazaar still for the moment. Because presumably, since we haven't found a boss or anything in there, there's still more yet to be done there. Just, I think we're done in the lowest parts of the Deep Bazaar, so we're better off going into the Grand Bazaar and then trying, like, that door on the right there, the door down and right from here. Down and left, rather. Possibly even going further to the left down in that for this left section we have in this zone, etc., etc. Short version is I have a plan. Also, I don't know if anybody's noticed, but we have eyes on our claws, and I don't know what to do with that information. I don't know if those are our eyes, if those are different eyes. Oh, hey. You know how I said I probably missed a save point in here somewhere? Found the save point. Well. Yeah, I think I was just in such a rush zooming through there that I completely missed the purple. Because that wasn't even a bad spot for it to have been. That was actually a really good position to put a save point. And I just completely just blitzed past it. I could probably lead the protector over there to flip that switch up top, but I don't really know what that would do for us. Definitely is part of the path that would lead down into that hole on the right there, probably. What was the problem in this room? Oh, there wasn't really a problem. It was just a locked door. There we go. I might be able to cross this. Yeah. We can't finish this section though, so I don't know why I bothered. Aside from it was kind of fun pogoing across the spikes like that. So that puts a damper on every plan I had. Because we can't go in here because that's what needs that switch that's up there, presumably. We figured out what that door is. That's the only door we managed to successfully enter. Was there a problem with that door up here? I don't remember if there was. No, there wasn't. I just didn't go in it. Probably because I was busy scrambling around the room getting knowledge about the rest of the room. And there's the other save point for this section. Boss fight? Boss fight. No, arena. Never mind. I mean, arenas are kind of like boss fights. Except way more profitable, really. He's in a really hard position to get at without, like, dashing, and I didn't want to dash at him for fear of getting hit by his fireballs. That really wasn't that bad in arena, because they gave me space. That's the key to a balanceable arena, is enough space for the player to be able to move. Come one, come all, to the place that unites those of means with their vice, the lifeblood of our great city, the guiding hand of the aspiring connoisseur, steering you through the extravagant tastes of the well-to-do. Welcome to the Gilded Emporium. Pleasantries aside, all must pay the fee to gain access to our wares. Rich or poor, it matters not. I can smell the flesh. The flesh, I smell it upon you. Offer progenitor flesh. Sure, that'll get me access to a shop, so yeah, have some. Splendid, the wonders of the Emporium lie open to you. My form grows as does my reach. Peruse to your heart's content. Most delicious. So he sells artifact fragments for Ichor or Ichor from artifact fragments. He also takes divine remnants, but won't exchange those back the other way. The exchange rate is bad for artifact fragments. Like, you have to give up 2 artifact fragments. Oh wait, no. He's selling? Yeah, he's giving me 500 Ichor for 2 artifact fragments, and I can buy 1 artifact fragment for 500 Ichor. He has 99 artifact fragments, though. So technically you could grind for infinite artifact fragments. That's information we can make use of. And we can get 1,000 Ichor for every Divine Remnant, but we can't get Divine Remnants back. Let me see if I'm right in that logic. Yeah. And he also only has a limited stock of Ichor. Since I'm not buying the things that use artifact fragments right now, I'm actually going to go ahead and sell them to him. Because that'll expedite our process. This bazaar is not as good as I had hoped, though. It doesn't actually offer us anything new, it's just an exchange system. Which is a little unfortunate. Is this possible? It is, okay. And that's how we connect back to here, so that takes care of this little doorway here that we saw. Okay. I have no reason to be back at the commons right now. I do want to keep that in mind. So we'll slap an eye on this position so I remember to come back to get that. Actually, I know I'm being indecisive, bear with me. Because I just remembered something. If I can make this goddamn jump. Because I think we're actually close to where the thing that we use the warp for is. Like, I forget exactly where around in here it is, but it's around in here somewhere decently close. We can also go grab that thing that's up there. As soon as the wheel comes back around, I can just pop up off of it and get that. I probably could have went around to the other side and probably like dashed to it or something, but this works just as well. Hey, another Divine Remnant. Funny that. This also gives me a little bit of a chance to get some much needed vengeance on everything that was in this area. And some free Ichor. Yeah, because these guys are worth a lot, for example. And at this point, they're not that bad to kill. We can also grab this, because we can dash across that gap. Living Talon. Neat. Definitely worth our while to come back, because now we also get a health extension, because we couldn't reach that before either. Remember, when you're playing a Metroidvania, always go back when you have more movement abilities. You will always find things that you couldn't get to before, whether you are aware of them or not. Manifests a burst of spears that travel horizontally from the wielder. I think I want that more than the sword, because that seems like it'll have some reach, which will be useful to us. Oh yeah, we didn't look at these yet either. The Grand Bazaar. In times of wealth and prosperity, few thoughts linger on proclamations of ruination, and scarce are those not enthralled by the splendor of dyes, the smell of exotic spices, and the wondrous glimmer of Ichor. We failed our gods. During the first emergence, when the crimson light caressed our grand bazaar, we did not perceive it as an omen. We did not foresee the calamity soon to follow. The gods were no more, and the very lifeblood of our bazaar, our currency most dear, was lost with them. Endus the Repentant. The lost gardens. The warmth of the garden sends shivers through my delighted flesh. I arose from the vats, scaled the plateau, frolicked in the grass, and lazed beneath the trees. I ate and ate and ate. The gardens were left to wilt, as so have become my domain. It is inevitable now. I can hear the chanting as the dead were poured into the vat, the sizzling and bubbling, mouth-watering vapors. My beloved garden, now more alive than anything remaining in this city of stone. Acritus. That was the plant we were talking to. There's a lot of musicians, I've realized. There's 5 in the commons, 6 here in the bazaar, 5 in the gardens, 1 in the old waters, 1 in the shrine, which we know where the one in the shrine is, none on the surface. We also encountered a few beings. Acritus, found at the center of the great salt fermentation vats of the gardens, this engorged amalgamation of plant and man exudes both a childlike glee and an aura of oppressive majesty. Its body twists and undulates unrelentingly, reacting to every little change around it. Flesh-like appendages. I feel like that should be appendages, not appendices, but what do I know? Sprout from beneath and intertwine with anything they touch, shivering with what looks eerily like excitement. Ratek, the second to be anointed, Ratek proved to be the child most enraptured by the chaotic stream of the void. Through sheer force of will, he tore into the voidal flows, causing its waves to grow violent and unpredictable. Yet through the ensuing storm, he walked upon the waters unscathed. To the sister's consternation, the child's capacity continued to grow with no end in sight. His body slowly became twisted by the unrelenting forces washing over it. Eventually, it was decided that such overwhelming power must be sealed away, lest it become his undoing. The Gilded Emporium. Once an expansive hall of trade, the Emporium must now be considered a creature in its own right. In a joining of stone, goods, and gray flesh, its former master, clad in dated, decrepit gold and rotting silk, is splayed gorged upon a collapsing throne, part of the very hall it once lorded over. Yikes. We've got a real interesting cast of characters going on here, huh? They're a little bit weird. But at least we know most of them are on our side. Currently. I think it was back up more upward, where the thing we're looking for is. Is there anything? Oh no, that's the jump I kept doing. We can also stop off back at base and spend the ichor I've given myself here. I do wonder where that last vault is, because I'm still presuming there's only one more. I don't have any means to know that, necessarily. I'm just assuming that based on the way it's designed. But it's entirely possible that there are more based on the spines that appear on Ratek. There is room for more than 3. I'm gonna have to come back here again at some point, because of things like that path to our left there. I thought for a second that was a breakable thing, because you'll notice there is path to the right of this room. Oh right, it's because of this block here that we cannot proceed further that way. There's also that, but I think I need some means of, like, shrinking myself while airborne in order to do that. Because we've encountered many such holes of that type that we have yet to find a way to do anything with. I'm not sure I wanted to do that, because I think this is going to lead me all the way back around. But I want... Oh, did we never go this way? We apparently never went this way. Well, I'll be damned. I found more territory I hadn't done. Just as well that I didn't go this way earlier, though, because this would have been nasty business. Now it's not so bad. Because I can kind of just recklessly brawl my way through that now. Whereas we would have died before. Open up. Give me my prizes. Oh, part of a health extension. Definitely worth it. Might have saved us a couple losses if I had done this sooner. His one more hit point could have made the difference. Well, they're very different types of games, because this isn't a roguelike of any kind. But they do control similarly. But they are two different categories of game, really, so... Not an entirely comparable concept. Yeah. One that kind of starts a bit brutal, too, but now that we got a handle on it, it's not so bad. When we were first going through this area, we were having a real rough time. Now, though, we can just kind of fly through this because we actually have actual damage and an actual amount of health. Right now, I'm just backtracking, which is why some of my pathing may not make any sense. Because I'm looking for where a spot was that we found before. And I didn't remember to mark it. So I don't remember where it is. Yeah, no, that is entirely fair. But yeah, get used to weird designs and real nasty tricks in places, because that's this game's claim to fame so far. Hey, we can go in here and do this. This was one of the places I was looking for. Oh. You know, wasn't expecting to end up in the actual void itself doing that, but I guess we're here now. You know, there's a concerning similarity between the void and the red star, in that they're both giant consuming spooky things in the background. Oh, so the void provides a shortcut. I see. I don't entirely know how to feel about that. But that does save a lot of walking, because we went from right about here all the way over here. So that's nice. And actually this works out in our favor. We won't get the thing I was looking for, but there are multiple places in here that we can also use our void abilities. But I would like to know where they lead. Yeah, we can't go in there yet because we can't turn liquid form in the air. This is one of the places where some of the weirder stuff lives. Is this whole crew here got kind of fucked up by a weird, like, ancient deity thing that they found in the ice. You know, as you do. While we were here, we gained the ability to possess machines because, you know, also as you do. Yeah, there's one of the ones that we can warp to, and then we can possess this machine, and it'll open doors for us. There we go. Looks like we're not gonna be able to get to that still because we need the... whatever that grapple-looking ability is, but we might be able to cheese it with those copters if they cooperate, which is highly unlikely, but... Made it. And yeah, no, a lot of the stuff these guys are dealing with is nasty. Like, that guy's head got spun around like 3 or 4 times in his creation. That was unfortunate. And us becoming one with the machine also doesn't look great. But we are basically a fluid, so it doesn't really matter in that scheme. Nah, you can actually even bounce off of them if you hit them. Now, the nastiest thing about this game is usually the contact damage, and the quantity and placement of enemies tend to be the nasty bit. And the boss fights are brutal. Like, the first boss was like a 5-phase bit of fuckery. They came from far away, journeying across the waters on a vessel of steel. Through the ice they broke, guided beneath the light, yet they were found lacking in both faith and understanding. Exactly. Contact damage, unless it makes sense, is garbage. Some ventured below in search of salvation, yet their avarice would not permit them such. Within the ice, the beast has remained, festering with confusion wrought by the ignorant. The merging of God and steel. More explanation of the things that happened around here. Is these guys were just visiting here, exploring their world, and found all kinds of bad. Nope, gotta just kill these fast. That's gonna be bad news. Bye, Flame Boy. Go ahead and heal. There we go, that arena's cleared. That's a lot of O. What happened? Did your keyboard get stuck? Oh, you cheeky bastards. That explains how one of those ended up in the electricity. You're fine. I'm just making sure, because, like, that could have been something very weird and very bad as well. So I was more concerned about that. Yep, I had a feeling he was guarding something. One more and we get another chunk of health. Still haven't found another healing container, but at least we're getting health extensions. Okay, and that loops back around to this one. Yep, you go ahead and blow up. There you go. Okay, so we've gained a fair bit by coming in here and cleaning that up. Not as much as I had hoped, because it turned out that one of those teleport points was just connected to the other one. But we're gaining a lot of ichor, and we need all that ichor for excavating more of our shrine back where we started. In fact, let's go ahead and spend this while I'm thinking about it. Blech. And away we go. It's very convenient that we're liquid, otherwise that would probably be really awkward to be doing consistently. There we go. Yeah, one of the neat things is as we find the devotees to whatever we're worshipping, I don't even entirely know, potentially us, but they will dig out all of this broken stuff down here for us and find us new locations, new things, just all kinds of just generally important bits. Like, we actually got our ability to traverse the void through here, because I chased down a whisper spot that I saw. Let's go ahead and open up the Grand Artificer. I feel like that would be useful.
Marvelous. The greatest achievement of the sisters, the Grand Artificer still operates after all this time. What wonders will we be able to create through its arcane infusion?
I don't know. Gonna go find out, though. Is it over here? Yeah, it's over here. Sleep interrupted. Awakening. Memories. Incomplete. Parts missing. I. Help. Help. Find me. Okay, so I can make a conduit rod out of the metal ingots, or I can trade trace metal for ichor. Yes, please. Trace metal's easy to get. Give me all the ichor so I can keep opening more things. I don't need a conduit rod for anything, but I'll keep in mind that he can sell me that. This was well worth it because I made all of the money I spent back. You've got both your arms now. Huh. I wonder... I think it's actually based on the health extensions you're getting that she gets her arms back. Since she's the source of all of the healing salt and such. I think that's how that works. Neat. Anyway, open more things for me. I can't afford any of the really cool stuff, so let's just start opening up all this broken nonsense around here and hope that we get goodies out of it. Okay, there's an item there. I'm gonna ignore the false wall because we know what's behind it. We can hear the flute playing in there, so we know that that's where the musician in this area is, and I don't particularly care. Let's go ahead and knock out these loose bricks. Bingo! Health extension. It was glowing kind of red, so I had a feeling there was a health extension piece behind it. Which means we actually get our next bit of health, I think. Oh, it was a Divine Remnant. That was definitely worth opening, since we've not seen very many of those. I just gotta find where that was in here. Because this whole shrine has gotten rather big with all the tunneling I've had them do. And I've had them do quite a lot of tunneling. Bingo. Yeah, we're actually pretty well off. For those that missed the start of this, we used to have, it was only 5 hits, and we've now gained 3 more, plus the 2 from the soul I have equipped. So we basically have doubled our health bar from the start of the game. Which, as you might imagine, in a game that only lets you heal once so far at a time, it's kind of big to have more hits available. And that was the biggest difficulty we were having at the beginning, was just we couldn't take hits at all. At this point, we're actually sitting kind of pretty as far as that goes. And we've basically done like half the map as far as I can tell. At least based on warp points. But where to go to make any progress becomes the question. Because we now know that the spot right next to this is void. That allowed us to walk from here to the gardens. We've done everything down here that I know of. Because this was where the first boss fight was. There is that area to the left down there, actually. So hang on, let's check that before I go anywhere else. I don't think it'll be anything important, but it's now bothering me because I spotted it. This is an area right underneath this warp point, and there's an area further down as well. Okay, so that's one of those doors, which we still don't know how to do anything with. And then there's this right down here that I don't remember what the problem was. I am a fool and didn't mark these things. Actually, you guys are worth a lot of ichor, so let me kill you. Especially now that they're nowhere near as much of a threat as they used to be. There's still this that we can't get because we can't use our void thing to get in there. We can't liquefy through that hole because we can only liquefy along the ground at the moment. But I'm remembering that that's there because that's how we get things like the claws and such that we have, the relics down there at the bottom left. Oh, I think we might have just not went that way because we were in danger by the time... Oh, right, we never did do this fight either. We died here once and then never came back to this. So we may as well clean up here, too. See if we actually even get anything for doing this. Oh yeah, no, there was no way in hell back then we were doing this. Nope, looks like this was just a payout of Ichor. Oh wait, there's the reward. Just took a bit to spawn. I wonder if there's anything else we left behind because it took too long to spawn. I don't think so. Because usually those doors take long enough to open that something like that would have sorted itself out. And yeah, there we go. Another Divine Remnant. Maybe it would actually be okay to trade some of those off for Ichor then, because we're suddenly finding a bunch of them. Oh yeah, there's this freak down here. Let me get out of the room, heal, and then we'll try to fight him. Because I kind of want to see if this thing's killable. It is. It's actually not that hard to kill either. But it gets it in the book, and I was kind of hoping that since it was literally made out of Ichor that it would be worth more money than that. Also now have knowledge about it, though. There we go, spawn of Ichor. Wondrous is the power of the gods. From their dead husks, the symbiotic Ichor flowed, coalesced, and slowly reformed into new semblances of life independent of their divine hosts. We just have 31 more enemies left to find in this game. Like 4 or 5 of which we know about already because there are things we have encountered that we cannot kill. Not for lack of trying, but for lack of the fact that we, you know, just for the simple fact that we straight up can't damage them. Well, that was almost a really bad decision. Worth it, though. Yeah, this is where we saw the other end of the big glowing thing that those timeless scholars were at, which is why I was so intrigued by it when we saw it. Because that implies that there's going to be a central point between those two, where the main bit of that thing exists. And that has me curious, as you might imagine. Because, you know, big fancy thing in a world full of gods and such draws attention. Because it might even be one of the gods that's actually intact. That'd be weird. Ironic that we came back here looking for one specific spot and we still didn't find that one specific spot either. I think my theory was right that it is higher up in here, and I'm just missing it. Oh wait, maybe it's over by these things. So we didn't take this path back before. But I remember seeing these things a fair bit when we were near that. There's some spikes here. And see, that's how you deal with spikes. You just ping off of them with your weapon. You just gotta make sure to time it right, or you will take damage and get warped back to where you were. No, now we're back in this room, though. I know, right? If spikes were counterable in more games would be much more reasonable. I'm gonna check this path. Because I think we were always going back up and down on the left. Yeah, you know, that would help, huh? Turns out keyboard doesn't need coffee like you do. I don't think it's in this room, because this is where we fought the council, which was the first boss, which was fucking awful. Like, I almost turned this ship around and didn't even play this game the rest of today. A-type awful. Because it set a real bad precedent for the rest of the game, which it didn't end up following through on. So, that's the good part. But they may want to take a real look at that boss fight and redesign that a bit. So that's where we found that health extension that was over here. I might be just completely remembering wrong where this thing is. It's just in a tiny little cubby hole of stone next to something else. Problem is, I don't remember what that something else was anymore. Like, we've run around that loop a few times, so it's not down there. We know that for a fact. Or at least as much of a fact as we can get in that vein. Oh yeah, even these spears are bounceable, by the way. I can just, like, ping off of those and move around. Like, this game's got some really neat movement tech, even baseline, because we didn't even need to get an ability to bounce like that. That's just built into this character, which is quite nice. The game even tells you to do that at some point. Like, there's a spot where there's a bunch of spikes, and one of the characters just tells you straight up, like, hey, just hit the spikes rather than landing on them, and you'll be fine. We may as well also check this door over here in case I'm forgetting why we didn't go through that door. Because there's been multiple doors I forgot the reasoning for. Oh yeah, this one's just too high a jump. Yeah, we didn't pass where this warp point was. We used it rather than walking back up the rest of the way, I think. And that might be where we missed our exit for what I was looking for. But yeah, that downward bounce is also as exploitable in combat as you might think it would be. You can just kind of toe tap your way to victory on an enemy. There it is. That's the thing I was looking for. And as you can see, spikes do in fact hurt if you don't pay attention. It was a health extension piece in here. We just need one more to get yet one more hit point. I don't think there's anything else in here for us, but I'm gonna double check right quick. Yeah, these would be full of Ichor if I hadn't broke them already. Yeah, it looks like there's no other paths in that room, so we don't need to worry about that anymore. I would start pointing out the places we died in this area, but honestly, that would basically be the entire area. So, no point in going through that whole list. And And yeah, we can't sacrifice anything else here, so that means that the twisted flesh we found is not sacrificable, only the, like, progenitor flesh we were finding from the significant boss fights. Which admittedly we ended up offering up the other one to the guy who runs the bazaar, instead of offering it at the pool. The pool just gave us Ichor though, so I'm not really too fussed about not doing that. I think we can afford to open up another thing in here, so we may as well do that while we're here. And then we can warp to somewhere potentially more useful. Unless I want to buy something from you. Did you get anything new yet? You did not get anything new. Those are out of stock. I would love to get this, but it's fucking expensive. And yeah, the only thing I could afford would be the Sky Shard, and I don't care enough for that. So we'll go ahead and open up more territory. Oh, she has many arms. But that proves what I was saying. She gained another arm when we gained more health extension parts. Based on the spacing, I think she can only fit one more arm, so we might actually have the majority of our health extension parts. Which is concerning. Unless she, like, fits into 6 arms and it goes, like, in between the other two. Which is possible, but it would be a tight fit. Go ahead and open the secret compartment now. Another Divine Remnant, I presume. I don't think she would, because her model hasn't changed in any other way other than those arms appearing, but it's not an impossible thing. Oh, it's a metal ingot. Huh. So, she does have that, like, red gem over her head, too. Maybe some stuff will come out of that. That's where we came out of, by the way, the, like, egg sac thing up there. And yeah, we only have 8 more warp points to find on the map at all. It's unclear. They're referred to as a sister, and then the other 2 statues are brothers, but I don't know if she's their sister, this thing's sister, what. They're all very unclear. Hey, Swarm. Like, a lot of it seems to be left as interpretation. And I've not really worried about it to that degree. We might be able to do more in the upper section of the gardens now. Because we haven't been back up here since we gained dashing and everything. So let's take another look up here. Because we haven't found the boss for this area yet. Right, still more of those purple doors. There is a lower section here, but that's again blocked by a purple door. I still don't know what all those switches we pulled in the bazaar do. I might have, like, moved doors out of my own way without realizing there were doors there at all. Pay no mind to the really awful looking bird of prey, just, you know, I mean bird of paradise rather. He's not having a great day, but we don't need to talk about it. Does this actually go anywhere we haven't already been? No. Just gonna leave that whole mess behind. We've covered a decent amount of ground in here. I was just double checking places we left unmarked doors in the hopes that something leads anywhere. Ooh, some of the stuff's moving in here, because I don't think these were moving before. And we did spin one wheel in the lower parts of this place, so that might have led to some parts of this place changing. Specifically, this wheel right here is actually what we spun. And it was mentioned that there were, like, some sluice gates or something you could open up to move move the mechanisms. We fought a mini-boss here. It was a bit of a pushover. Yeah, I think we just didn't go this way. Oh no, no. Right but wrong. I didn't spot this. Ah, that's where one of the envoys here are. Just stop their funky music. Huh. Considering I can't, like, slide into here or break into... Oh, wait. Piss. So there's an extra layer to the problem here. If I hadn't killed that envoy, we probably could have bounced up off of them to get up there. And envoys don't come back. So one of two things is true. One, I've fucked myself out of getting whatever that relic is completely. Or I get another jump at some point which will let me get it up there and fix that. Either way, we'll come back to that idea later. I will put a marker there so I remember. We can try going up in here, and that's about it that's left in here, because I don't think we can go any higher in this room. We might be able to, though, so I probably should have checked. I can potentially do some more stuff up on the surface, even though I don't have the move I think they want me to have up there. We might be able to reach... No, because we had dash when we got here, because that's how we got in here. Yeah, and by the time we got over here, we also had dash, because that's where we got it. That gray room over to the right there is where we got dash from. Because every single gray room is where an ability was found. Yeah, because we needed dash to be able to clear that jump. And we need grapple or something to get up there. I mean... There might be elevators. Actually, yeah, there are elevators, but it's not separating in any way, really. It's separating me from part of this section, but I don't have any means to activate the elevator that's over here. Or yet. I need to do something else first, and I don't know what that something else is yet. But yeah, everything's interconnected. And there's also void spaces I can go through to use as shortcuts, but... Yeah, but see, I can't even light these torches here. Can't flip the switch. This told me that I need to activate this in order to use the lift, but it doesn't tell me how. And I'm currently presuming that I need to activate the rest of the garden before I can do that. And I don't know where the point to activate that is that blue thing to the left is a vault that I've opened already, so that's useless. Like, I have thought this through, and I've not gotten any answers. Yeah, and this is water. Water bad. It's not real water, but still bad. It's actually like liquid people, more or less, and, you know, that's a thing. Because apparently around here they toss their dead into sacred vats if they decide they're good enough. And that gets turned into the stuff that's being used to heal us. So really, at the end of the day, it's not the worst thing that those people were getting tossed in the vats, but it's not exactly great if you think about it. Yeah, you know, just inject that straight into your body. It'll be fine. The jumping is just like ever so slightly squirrely, So sometimes you'll see me jumping back and forth over a platform because he decides to go slightly further than I meant to and slides right back off the one block platform. Totally still not bitter at all about that in the slightest. Nope. No bitterness here. I don't know, I don't get much of a fusion feel out of this, but, you know, it may still remind you of it because that's your context for this genre at all. The fact that these are moving makes me wonder if there's anything else that's moving now that I might be able to take advantage of. But the problem is, short-term memory is not hitting enough right now for me to remember whether those in particular were moving when we were here to begin with or not. I feel like they weren't. That's not a guarantee. I mean, honestly, I would never recommend the original Metroid to anybody. The very first game suffers from a lot of first game problems. Like, there's a reason why Super's the one everybody talks about, rather than the first one as far as the really early ones go. Yeah, I have to go this whole loop back around. Yeah, exactly. That's basically been anyone's experience, aside from the people that actually stubborn through the original Metroid, or grew up with it and understands the mess that is. Was this a door, or was this something I couldn't reach over here? Oh, this is a... Oh no, that's the other end of the void spot we used to warp over here from the first area, right? Which doesn't help anything. And then there's still this fucking thing. Which we went around the whole area here and none of it accesses it, so it's just sitting there being a bastard, and I don't like it. We might be able to do something here now. Yeah, because we can turn this, which does hopefully starts turning the wheel. Eh? Ah, that's what turns on all the mechanisms here. So it was all the way up here the whole time. This is why you check all of the random untouched areas. Because now that this is active, we can get up here and presumably more stuff will happen. There's some free ichor over here, as well as a little tunnel. Which looks like the little tunnel's my only way back out, because it didn't give me a return point. Sometimes it'll give you a return point, sometimes it won't. In this case, it was more profitable that it didn't. Ever since I got this air dash, this game has felt so much better. I mean, it's a ground dash too, but honestly, dashing on the ground doesn't feel very good most of the time. Because you can't, like, chain dash or anything. I needed him right now, didn't I, in order to make it up there. Which makes me wonder if I'm meant to be up there right now, but god damn it, I can do it, so I'm going to do it. I just need to respawn that one unbee. Back up we go. I don't need you two, so you get out of my way. I mean, technically I could leave them alive and then, like, bait them all the way up there if I fuck up this one again, but... There we go. I don't know if that's required. I don't think it is, but that's how I've been getting around, so I'm gonna keep doing that. I feel like this is designed for me to have a double jump, but I'm doing it this way because I can. This might be one of the few games, though, that is designed with you doing that in mind. Because frequently it's left as an optional thing you could do if you wanted to, but you're intended to, like, go get something else that lets you do it. Oh, hello, big man. Hey, how about you get me up here? Thank you. Oh, you leave a stink trail, stinky big man. Botanist, huh? Interesting. But that opened this door, which leads to a relic and another botanist, who also stinks, probably. Aha! I saw the purple glow. Give me the thingy. Idol of Soul Ovanat. The fuck does that do? Manifests a circle that expands in stages, damaging anything it touches. Okay. I'm all for Death Circle. Here, enjoy Death Circle. Here's its sequel, Death Circle 2. Death Circle 2 wasn't as good as Death Circle 1. Real shame when sequels go wrong, huh? I mean, sometimes it works out. I mean, just look at the conversation we just had about Super Metroid ending up working out better than regular Metroid. So technically, I don't know if you actually would count Super as the third one or not. Because technically, the Game Boy one is called 2, but I don't remember I don't actually know what the release order is for that, because I never paid attention. But it's definitely not gonna be possible for us to get up there, so our little adventure in the upper section here is over. But having flipped that switch, we probably can do more in the gardens as a whole, I would hope. I was gonna say I would assume, and then I thought about it, it's like, no, I wouldn't assume that with this game. It's definitely more of a hope than an assumption. But on the bright side, we've definitely gotten more done. Regardless of where it may lead, we've gotten more done. Now that said, seeing that invisible, or not quite invisible, but hidden purple spot makes me want to do this. Just kind of run around the edges here and see if I find anything. I feel like there's more sentence involved in that what you've said there, Swarm. But I feel like I'm missing context for the rest of that thought. We're back over here. What would warping back over here even do for me? Yeah, but I wasn't talking the story order. I was saying release order, which can be a very different animal in many cases. I couldn't give a damn about what they try to pitch as a continuity because it usually turns into a disaster zone before you know it anyway. Because let's be real, they keep trying to patch things back together again after they fuck it up anyway. So really, at the end of the day, continuity is just a recipe for headaches. Yeah, that's what I figured. Considering, you know, they bothered to label it with 2. I don't think there's anything we can do here, either. I really do think I should actually check that elevator. Because now that we've got the water running again, it may actually be active. That's about what I figured, yeah. The Game Boy is always a weird one in my mind, because, like, for some reason my mind puts the Game Boy after the Super, which doesn't make sense. The Super Nintendo, that is. I mean, it does and it doesn't make sense. But that's why my order with that kind of thing always gets a bit fucky. Because the Game Boy's also a bit of a blind spot for me in general for the most part. Because I never really interacted with that much. Outside of the handful of things I've shown off on here that I happen to learn about. It is. That's why things like AM2R exist, to make a much more playable and enjoyable Metroid 2. That's why Metroid 2 was one of the most remade by the fans Metroid games, is because they were trying to fix it. Which technically, we basically got yet another remake of it when Samus Returns happened, even if that was a different game in some ways. It was supposed to also be basically that. Oh yeah, but that doesn't mean it's gone. It just means it's not easy to find as much anymore. But what many companies forget is nothing on the internet ever disappears. As soon as it's out there, it's there forever now. You cannot kill it. No matter how hard your lawyers try, it will never be gone forever. Because for every 10 people afraid of your fancy Nintendo Ninja lawyers, there's at least one person who doesn't give a shit. Like, at the end of the day, that's just how that works. And especially since Nintendo's kind of become memeable as far as how excessive they can be. No, I haven't, because I don't pay attention to such things. It's honestly... I wouldn't say it's a surprise that there even is a Nintendo museum, but that should tell you how much I've not paid attention to their stuff at this point. That I didn't even know there was a Nintendo museum. Because I just don't care. Okay, this is still here. Oh yeah, no, Dude, that's exactly what they're doing with the Switch, too. The Switch is literally emulating all of the things that they put on the Nintendo Online. Let's be honest here. That's half the reason why they're upset about that kind of thing, is because they want to make money on it. And to be fair, when they actually make things available, that becomes fair game for them to be upset about. It's all the shit that goes still unreleased and inaccessible that's a problem. That's also why I can't be as upset as a lot of the fan base is about them shutting down things like AM2R, because they basically did make their own Metroid 2 remake in the form of Samus Returns. Even if it isn't the best, they still technically made their own thing for that, so they have a leg to stand on to protect themselves on that one. And I think Metroid 2 even is in the Nintendo Online at this point, so even then there's that argument as well. And honestly, I didn't even know if people were paying any attention to the older COD titles, because honestly, I don't really see a reason to. I also didn't even know they were taking any action to make those accessible, because again, that's a series I pay zero attention to at this point, because why would I? Like, there's game preservation, and then there's paying attention to things that maybe don't necessarily need to be preserved that much. Looks like we could have gone this way the whole time, I just didn't. Something stirs in the distance. I don't know what I did, but I broke it. The only place I saw that symbol was on a wall inside the ship. And I don't see any reason why anything would change there, because there wasn't anything in our way where that symbol was, because it was right here, and it was just in a hallway. So unless it opened those doors with the purple ring on them, is that a similar enough symbol on those? I sure hope that wasn't what opens those doors, though, just on the basis of that's kind of out of the way, and there's nothing that would point you in that direction. Which, that's another funny thing, actually, now that I say that. Early on, they pointed a few arrows around, showing you, hey, you need to go this way, you should go over here and look at this, and gave you some points of interest. At some point, they stopped doing that in this game. Okay, so basically the way those usually are. But here's the thing. Modern Warfare 2 is also one that they did remake. So... Or didn't they remake that one? Because again, I don't pay attention to that series, but I seem to recall seeing at least a Modern Warfare got remade. It doesn't have to be good, it just has to exist for them to legally be able to complain. Again, same case as Samus Returns. Doesn't have to be good to be able to be a point where they can be like, hey, we made this game accessible again. You can't put this out. That's not how that works. I'm not saying that they're right to be doing that. I'm saying they're within their rights to do that. Fair or not, that's just how that is. Because we can't make the game preservation argument at that point, and that's basically one of the few real arguments we have to work with to protect emulation and such. You're gonna have to give me some context on that one, because remember, I don't have any of this information because I give zero shits about Call of Duty at this point. It looks like I can't go back, so I'm gonna have to go the long way around. Like, honestly, the fact that you told me that there's a fan remake of Modern Warfare 2 is a surprise enough to me, because I genuinely don't pay any attention to it. So I didn't even know such a project existed. So you're gonna have to enlighten me a bit on that one. I still hate that that dash doesn't give you any iframes or do anything. Oh, so like most things like that. Okay. That's not really anything new. Okay. I thought there was like a unique risk attached to that. And I'm just like, I don't see any reason why such a thing would exist, but like, I may as well ask. Was this like a case of you have that malware risk from connecting to official run stuff, or is this, again, fan stuff, which is rife with issues like that, whether we want them to be or not? Oh, that's right, because that was still on peer-to-peer, which is rife with abuse like that. So again, that just reverts back to the original point. Is the moment you are directly connecting to someone, you are putting yourself in an interesting position. Not really a common use issue, really, but it is theoretically a thing, I suppose. I wouldn't put much stock in that because, again, I don't have the knowledge nor the context for that, but I can see logic there to a certain degree. Yeah. That makes its own amount of sense. And you know, everything has its fans. That's just one of those things where it's like, I don't really get that one. Like, a lot of things I can kind of figure out the value of. That one, even having experienced it, I'm just like, eh? There's plenty of things almost exactly like that out there. Why be hung up about that one? But I also won't begrudge anybody any of their things, because they're the ones putting in the work to make it, so eh. That's what I'm saying, is I don't have the same attachment, so I don't have the same frame of reference to understand this situation. Because I experienced most of them, and I just found nothing really to care about in there. But I know people did enjoy them, and more power to them. But at the end of the day, it becomes clear to me that there must have been a reason why people were that interested in it, because of the fact that people bothered to make something for it. People don't just make a thing just for sake of making it as often. So there has to be an audience for it. Yeah, I have to go this way to get around this room. Yeah, I neglected going up here before. And unless I can get those copters to come down here in a way that they don't block the path. There we go. Now, is there something actually useful up here? It's a trap is what it is. I'm glad I have the Circle of Doom. Because those copters wouldn't really be a threat, but they would have been annoying to deal with in mass like that. Oh yeah, I'm aware of a couple. Just Call of Duty, like I said, wasn't a series that was on my radar in the slightest. I don't know why we died there. There was too much shit for me to be able to tell what happened. I think I might have like bumped into the back of the flamethrower or something, because nothing else was close. So admittedly, the ones I'm aware of that had fan-made clients are all significantly older than those games as well. Fair enough. Like I said, it's good that people made them. I'm just surprised. And that's not even so much a surprise because it's Call of Duty, it's actually as much a surprise that I just never happened to hear about it. Like, even without looking for it, I've heard about so many other fan projects for things that I had no interest in to begin with, and yet somehow that one just never heard of. It's interesting to think about. Just like, okay, why did this information not happen to make its way around? Also, I am reflexively running again and realized I'm not going the way I wanted to go. That makes sense, yeah. If there's somebody actually talking about it a bunch that you're paying attention to, then obviously that information's gonna make its way to you, whether you're looking for it or not. That's how I ended up learning about a few of the like server revivals for Monster Hunter, for example, like the fact that the Tri servers at least were back at some point as a fan project. I think they currently are. Yeah, like there's this whole huge project to rebuild Tri and everything, which I found fascinating to hear about. And I remember seeing some short videos of like, I don't want to say it's a VR setup for Tri, but there's like a first-person view thing going on for that people were messing with. I mean, a lot of things do stem from that, because people will talk about something and go, wait, I can do that. And then the right person just takes that idea and makes the thing happen. Yeah, this is all dead ends here, it seems. But I ran past where I wanted to check the door because my focus is starting to fall apart. Not just because of the conversation, but because brain is getting just tired enough that focus is dying. Well, no, that's not the thing. It's not actually working too hard. It's just not thinking at all at this point. It's just like, yep, we're gonna go autopilot mode now. Okay, now the door's still there, so it's not... Wait a minute. I think I might know how to open those doors, and I don't like it. Because I think it might be expensive. There's an item I saw in the Artificer in the shrine that looks very similar to the symbol in the middle of those, but it costs a lot of material to make it. And I'm assuming it'll be a finite resource. It might not be a finite resource, and I might even be wrong about this. But I think I might be onto something here. I just need to get back to somewhere I can get to the shrine from, which this is not the best way to get there, but, well, it's the way I'm going now. Because I'm not going to turn around again. And thankfully, now that we're not dying to everything on the face of this planet, we can kind of just blitz through these places pretty quick. Yeah, because there's a warp point right down there. I just need to make my way up and around to get to that. Which is why this wasn't really the preferred way to go around to get there, but it'll be fine. Because we could have just gone back a decent ways into the garden, and it probably would have been quicker, but this is still quick because we're there already. The problem is I'm not sure I have enough ichor to buy it, but I can go look at it and make sure I'm not making shit up. And I think it's not actually as resource expensive as I'm remembering it being. It's a resource I don't think we were using, other than it being kind of ichor expensive. Yeah, the conduit rod. And nope, it doesn't do what I think it does at all. It just happened to look similar. Because it actually says what it does at the bottom. Presented to Sovenat and you gain an additional void charge. So it's completely irrelevant. Never mind. Just turn in some of my trace metal and get another thing opened up over here instead. That's what lets me use things like my damage boost down there in the bottom left and the Circle of Death. All it is allows us to use our special moves slightly more often, and I get those charges back pretty quick, so there's no point worrying about getting another charge right now. And we'll go ahead and just bust this open just to get it done with. Yep, figured. There's one of those flute-playing assholes in there. Yeah. Well, upper left, but yes. There we go, silenced that envoy. I don't even know what silencing all of them does. It hasn't told me. The lore just highly recommends silencing them, so I just went with it. After doing it, after randomly deciding to do it to the first one, I'm just like, well, may as well do it to the rest of them too then. But yeah, those void charges power all of these relics that I have in here, but I can only use 2 of them at a time anyway. And I've basically primarily just been using the attack boost one we got at the beginning. But this doesn't get us out of the position we're stuck in right now. Which almost certainly means there's something I'm overlooking, but I have no idea what it would be. Because I know I can't go up anywhere in there. There might be something in this little bit here, but it's doubtful that it's gonna make massive changes. This was locked off to us. There's territory up there, but it's probably out of reach as well. Like, I feel like I'm missing that grapple ability because we've seen so many points where we're supposed to use it. That's pretty much the thing, I just don't know where it would be. Because there's not a lot of obvious, like, missing parts of the map for me to be like, oh yeah, I go that way to get there. A lot of the seemingly random missing parts of the map are places I can't go that I've already checked. And that's what has me like, okay, the fuck am I supposed to be doing here? I'm gonna go check this spot that's right above us here that I missed going into when we went up there the first time. I don't think it's gonna lead anywhere important, because otherwise I feel like if it was that important we would have been stonewalled earlier, because that was the first area we went to after this commons area, which was the first area of the game. But we did start seeing those rings after this part right here, so there is a possible connecting point there. And that's if we can even open this area up, which, yes, it's just open to me, so there was no reason for me not to have gone this way, other than I was just chasing a particular path at the time. A glimpse into the minds of gods, the primeval brine from which the first gods once crawled and in which life was shaped, nurtured, and punished. What finally rose to its feet in the mud cried out, demanding more. Now the sea of life lies frozen, its labyrinthian tunnels testament to the workings of long-dead progenitors. Their pathways wind as the stalks of mines belonging to creatures far ascended mortality. Very good. Very useful. Very cool. Okay, this connects back to the Grand Bazaar and immediately dead ends, so I was right to have never gone this way. My instincts prove right once again, and I am so upset that I was right.
Let me in! Let me in!
The fact that we keep running into those doors everywhere means there must be some way of dealing with them too, but we have no means of doing so. Yep, didn't figure that would work. But I went with the last remaining idea I had, like, you know, it's purple, our magic's purple. Maybe if I hit purple thing with purple magic, something happens. Nope. It wouldn't be the first time something dumb like that's worked out, because that's why I test that. Is I've had I forget what game it was, but I like swung a heavy attack at a door once. It didn't do anything the first time, so I'm like, okay, that's not how that works then. And then I come back to it later, hit it with the same thing again, and the door fucking opened. So I've learned just not to trust that. Let's just walk back through this, because it looks like some of this territory is actually uncleared. Probably because we were struggling at this point still, because we were so health poor. Not that something this early should be leading us to progress, but there might be more stuff for us to get. Oh wait, there's another one of these tablets. Oh, I know what that means now. Did anybody else notice that the ice cracked when I set that one off? Because I did. I think if we find all of those, the ice in this area is gonna break and the map's gonna change. You know, probably will unleash the boss of this area. Yeah, just... It's a hell of a thing that at that little bit of path that I didn't step on contained another one of those tablets. So I would have been looking all over this section for tablets and never fucking found it, because I would be like, it couldn't be there. I walked right next to that. I would have seen it. And haha, fucking idiot, you didn't. And that's why you never take anything like that for granted. You always double check.
Congratulations, you played yourself.
Yeah, and then I unplayed myself, which is fine. There's another path there that we can't take at the moment. But for those that haven't seen it, let's go have a look at the surface and all the fun that that entails. Still a lot of ice, but there's that. That's the red star. That's what a lot of beings in this world worship, after it apparently caused most everything else to go really horribly wrong.
Run away! Run away!
I'm at least gonna go back to that save point before I do anything else up here. I just wanted to make sure people got to see that, because that's concerning. And there's not like another door out of the back of this one? Okay. Some of the save points actually progress through, and it's not very visible whether they do or don't unless you look at the map. So, that's another one of those. If it does this, I'm gonna be mad. But the reason why it was possible is there's a decent amount of space over here where there could have been an area. But maybe I can like maneuver around up here somewhere. No, because see, these are where the rings are. This is where you first see them. Which is why I was suspicious of that blue section right before here. Like, okay, maybe it's right there, and I just missed it. And I can't air dash my way to anywhere from here. And the fact that there's rocks floating up and everything makes me really, really not happy being up here. Well, actually, can you throw a spear over here, buddy? Thank you. Later, dumbo. Oh yeah, we didn't kill this thing when we were in here the first time because we had to run for our life from this thing. Can kill it now, though. So that accounts for another one of our missing enemies on our enemy list. Can't reach up there. I could have gotten up there if I'd left the Overseer alive. Speaking of, let's go look at its slot in the compendium. We also didn't look at the botanist yet. Intricate is the process of cultivation, and even more so, the careful implantation of seed into willing flesh. Concerning. Overseer. Floating silently through the red skies, this otherworldly race of beings seems to shepherd and tend to the multitude of new life emerging upon the surface. Fair enough. Name fits. Yeah, there's an arena right here we can do too, because I skipped over this after dying in here early on in the game. And we'll see if this actually nets us something. I feel like it won't, but just in case. At the very least, it's gonna get us new enemy data, because we've not encountered some of these guys and actually killed them. Well, that really didn't take very long to do, but boy was it gonna be a bitch to deal with before. Which is why we took the upper path when we were here the first time. But it got us a little bit more data. We now know about the... Oh no, we knew about the chargers already, we just didn't know about the golems. Of the sculptures created by the light of the red star, these giant beings of rock and seared flesh remain the mightiest. Roaming the surface with rigid, purposeful strides, they display only bestial intelligence, clashing with others of their kind in struggles for dominance. Neat. As you can see, there's not much else we can do up here right now. But at least that's one more little bit of cleanup, and maybe I can go somewhere here? Because I didn't try climbing up here before. Oh no, I must have, because we can't go anywhere here. Rip that idea. Because there's a bunch of spear throwers, but we can't get them in any positions where they can do things for us on that score. Because they can't throw like diagonally or anything. And they don't move. We already communed with this guy. And this is where we first found the wrecked ship. Which we've basically cleaned out, I think. As far as what we can do currently. Because this was one of the main places we came back to once we gained the ability to warp. Because I knew of a couple places where we could do that. That's also where we gained our ability to possess machines, like I'd mentioned earlier. I remember this being inaccessible down here. And I'm pretty sure this too was inaccessible. We can check that on our way back to the gardens, I guess. There's also a little chunk of surface here, which is how I learned about parkouring with the spear throwers. But I don't think there's anything we can do there. We can try that again, because I don't think I had dash when I went up there the first time. And it can't hurt to try it again. But once that's done, I'm really starting to be at a loss for ideas. Well, that's why I'm bothering to go check it again, yeah. If it was completely explored, I wouldn't bother looking at it. Which is what's gotten me in trouble before, because a room sometimes will appear fully explored, but not actually be fully explored, because you couldn't actually reach part of it. Oh yeah, there's that room we died in right up there. And I guess I could do that arena too, but I'm not interested in doing that at this exact second. We sadly can't fit through gaps like this yet. We can grab it and do all kinds of other things, but we can't actually shrink ourselves to fit through there, even though we can do that on the ground. That's just not in our repertoire yet. And I say yet because I presume at some point we gain the capacity to do so. Oh right, this is the door that's just shut. And I don't know why. And I don't have any means to open it that I know of. But I should double check up here right quick. Because I think we didn't have warping when we were up here before either. And this is probably what opens the door. And this is why you check things, because even if you don't end up going to the thing even if the thing you meant to go to doesn't work, you find the right answer along the way. There's no guarantee that this is a meaningful door, but at least it's a door. Oh good, a dark room full of these freaks. That's what I wanted. Journal entry. Okay, it's all just for health extension, which is great, but it doesn't solve our problem. There was also a journal entry, which is nice as well, but not really important. Just in case something happens when everything in here is dead. Nope. Okay. How about that journal entry? Is that going to be enlightening in any way, or is it just existing? The navigator. When it called across the waters, I was the first to listen. They did not yet see, so I brought us beneath its light. Much was found, much was brought, and the metal sang. When first I held the voice of the divine within my palm, cold and dark, disgust overcame me. I saw the puridity of my form, and I wept. The flesh must first rot away, cast off like a beggar's tatters before one can be born anew. Yeah, one more hit point is great. But just like, that still doesn't lead to progress. The progress is the problem.
you'll come to find that everyone writing these journals is, in some way, shape, or form, really going through it. No one's having a good time. And this is where part of my suspicion that I don't need to be up here yet comes in, is the fact that I have to bounce off an enemy to get up here. Because I have no other means of making this climb. But there's a chance. There's a chance that there's something I can do here. Okay, no, I can't land on that even with the spear there. And I can't jump high. This is why I couldn't go anywhere from here, is the fact that I can't jump high enough to make it up there. And he doesn't move, so I can't... Aha! That's why I was like, I don't think I had dashing when I came here before, because I thought dashing might be the way to get up here. Again, though, don't think I'm supposed to be here, but it gives us somewhere to go. So we may as well at least try to do something here. This seems dangerous. No? No, it's just a regular room. Just a regular-ass room full of regular-ass enemies. I have no health, so I'm just gonna start just scooping through here. It's not dangerous yet. It just looked like a boss room that we walked in there first, which is what had me worried. Oh, this connects back up to where we were before. Aha! And there's a relic. A relic I'm probably not supposed to have yet, but you know what? Where there's a will, there's a way, motherfucker. Gimme. The Artificer. And it's the... Damage dealt by relics also fills void charges. Sure. I'll get a rebate when I use my void charges. That seems fine. And we're not making that jump. We might be hitting the edge of what we can do up here. Yeah, now that I dropped over here, we're actually stuck again. This right here was what we were just trying to jump up a moment ago. So that looped around. So all that got us was one relic. Because you'll notice there's solid wall along the sides here, so unless I could climb up somewhere in here, this was a dead end. And I find it unlikely that we'd be able to climb up anywhere too significant, because the whole surface seems to be designed with that hook in mind, wherever that is. So I don't think that's a path. We've been over here. I feel like there has to be something in the bazaar. The bazaar is the only place we haven't pulled anything meaningful out of, other than the old waters, which we've now completely cleared out. We know everything that's in there. The garden we at least got an ability out of. The surface we haven't gotten anything out of, but we can't do anything with. The bazaar remains the only viable choice that we haven't gotten anything out of. So I'm gonna go back into the ship and then use the warp in there to get back to the bazaar. Because I have a suspicion that that door that I said I think I need to hit a switch or something to open, it might be. The only reason I'm not sure about that is the fact that there are areas we haven't even seen yet still, and we've at least seen the surface. So unless they're showing you the end of the game early, which does happen, the end game area gets shown off early in a few games, I feel like there may be other things involved. Because bear in mind, our character's whole purpose is to kill off all of the heralds of the false deities, basically. And I don't... They talk about the light being related to the false deities, and the light is the red star. So in theory, the final fight would be up there where the red star is, but there's no guarantee of that. It wouldn't be the first time where they try to go, haha, plot twist, and the side you're working for is actually the true evil, and you have to kill them, too. I mean, I wouldn't be shocked if I end up having to fight the star. Was this the one I wanted to go to? I think I actually wanted the other one. Yeah, because I went Deep Bazaar. There is a spot right above the area in front of us, though. We may as well check it. I know the one on the right was too high. I don't remember what the problem... Oh, right, this is the red room that we can't climb high enough in. And this is what tells me for sure that this game has like a double jump or something, because there's nothing else you can do in that room. There has to be some other method of upward mobility for you for that room to be possible. Because I have no like up attack or anything yet. And that might even be what the double jump in quotations ends up being, is like some kind of upswing attack that pulls you upward. It's like we've got ledge grabbing and such, which has gotten us around a lot of things. Yeah, see, there's those rings again, though. So that rules out that spot. I know there's rings up there, too. This is the room that was bothering me down there. So let's go look at that. Because almost every time a room has been bothering me, it has led to the answer. Because I think on some instinctual level, I know the answer. Okay, just making sure I had hit that switch. Yeah, there's the switch we need, I think. Because I remember looking at that and going, I think I need the protector in order to hit that. And then I just didn't come back for it at any point. Problem is, he's now at an awkward position. Come on, fly just a little lower, buddy. There you go. Thank you. I fucked it up, though. That's right, fly just a little lower. Oh, you son of a bitch. I'm gonna reset this room. Because it's almost certainly a move like that they expect you to do to get that. Problem is, this jackass flies at the wrong end of the room the whole time. So you can't do that. Because he tries to stay away from you. Like, he tries to stay in a decent spot to shoot you, but also stay away from you. Except for the fact that sometimes he decides to fly towards you, which doesn't make any fucking sense. Made it. And that almost certainly opens the door down below. Doesn't matter. Don't care. Let me in. What does this lead to? No. The fact that this is closed off on the other side, is this what opens the purple doors? Get these big fucking teeth wheels out of my face. That sure is a thing. Well, at least that was easy to kill. Oh, acquired vial sediment. Huh. This is where we needed to go to activate a bunch of things, as far as I was able to tell. So this is actually huge. Another vial sediment. Huh. Not going that way. This is once again proof that I should trust my goddamn instincts and focus on the thing that I think I need to be doing instead of going off and thinking, oh yeah, I can't do that easily, so I probably am not supposed to do that yet. Once again, my own fucking logic. Oh, it's another alchemist. P.S. Yeah, we're dead. There was no way we weren't dying in that situation. Short of fighting him perfectly, which I am not awake enough to do anymore. I'm not, like, sleepy tired, but just, like, brain is not in focus mode anymore. Exactly, so I can just warp right back over there and I'll be in there in a second. In much better shape. Because I wasted a lot of health just fucking traipsing around like an idiot. And looking for things. Most of the time we did find things, so it was somewhat worth it. We're gonna hit this save point so that when I beans this again, we have a checkpoint nearer to it. And now that I've done that, now it'll work out the first time. That's fine. What? Part of me wonders if there's anything higher up in this room, but I don't think there is. Yeah, it seems like these corpse mounds are irrelevant as well, so I'm just gonna avoid them. Wait, I hit him once and he literally just teleported away? Huh. If I'd known he was gonna bitch out like that, I would've just hit him the first time. Huh. I guess that's one way to solve a problem. The thing of it is, for those that didn't see it, the Alchemist was a mini-boss earlier in this same zone, so I just assumed it was gonna be another Alchemist fight. Turns out no, one hit and he just runs away. Well, we're not going in there. There's our warp room for this part, which leaves us just with 7 warp rooms in the game at all left, because you can tell by the constellation in here or how many are left. Drat, crawled all the way here to just face a dead end. The Great Lift should be just above, too. I was sure there'd be a way. Oh, there is. You just needed somebody like me to come take care of the problem. Most likely. Another vial sediment. Because we can break this open. And I presume that this is the path to where we need to be. Huh, that's actually still properly blocked. Probably need to go in through the top. That one's blocking the door, so it had to go. Oh good, there's another one. But there's also a switch. Maybe that activated the Great Lift? Uh-huh, maybe. Possibly. probably needed to use that device that was sitting there to bounce up there. Does this go any further? No. Well, you'll do. Don't like that. I think I found a boss fight. Oh wait, no, this is what's plugging up the works. Oh, it's a running sequence. Gotta go right now. Gotta go, don't want to drown. Gotta go right now. Don't fucking like the water. There's those rings again, though. Like, is the ring thing an optional ability? Oh yeah, I have to fight that now, the fermented. Okay. Oh, okay, that's not a hitbox. Understood. Ow. I'll take that trade. Yeah, I knew I was dying there. I don't know its pattern enough to deal with that. Ooh, boy. That guy takes up a lot of space, huh? I'm still wondering if we're missing something, considering the fact that we saw those rings on the whole way up there, and it feels like we're not necessarily supposed to be climbing up things by using enemies. But again, maybe they do intend for you to be doing that. Yeah, but why would that be through this whole tunnel leading up there is the thing. And there's also these pink blocks, though, which we've seen elsewhere. Also, it'd be kind of weird to get a grapple ability from just giant, ugly, horrible slime thing. But what do I know? Wouldn't be the first time. Maybe. That is a possibility. And I had considered that, but I was leaning more to the fact that there's going to be some damage in this area, and that's why you're going to need that ring. Doesn't matter, still clocking way more damage on him than he's clocking on me. Got him. Yeah, I didn't expect him to be that bad a fight. The Key of Blood. Progenitor Flesh, as we've usually gotten. Vile Sediment. Yeah, he really wasn't going to be that bad a fight. We were just hurt already when we ran into him.
Victory.
Key pulses with warmth, aligning itself in the direction of the Great Pyramid. Well, that doesn't tell me anything. But yeah, as we both figured, this path's now clear. The thing is, though, there's no visible reason why you'd want to come back up there. But maybe there's like a New Game Plus situation there. But you would think they would just add the rings afterwards. I'm more inclined to think we're gonna get our other way of, like, pathing. Yep. Clinging to surfaces and slithering through narrow tunnels so I can fit through all of those other skinny paths. Unstable nuclei. To become amorphous, capable of clinging to surfaces and slithering through narrow tunnels, press X to perform a special attack while in this form. Because this would make a lot more sense for what that thing was. Oh wow, you can actually do a lot of movement in this form. Neat. This also unclogged all the stuff around here, presumably. No, come on. Up. Up, up. Up, up. There we go. Just have to adhere enough to it and then it works. Grab us another vile sediment. I feel like we probably give all this vile sediment to the plant above and he does something. What that something is, I don't know. But like, I still don't know what these pink blocks are, because they are destructible as far as I can tell, but we don't have whatever we need to destroy them. But this still opens up a large portion of the map for us, and we are once again presented with a thing we can't get. So go ahead and just mark that. You know what I just realized that's really funny? And yeah, I guess we could climb up the walls, but I'm not that worried about the thing. I was still focusing on the fact that the door leading into where that ability was open. You probably could have just run in there and grabbed that. Because that's the door I saw on my way running up there that I debated going back for. Was the door that led to the special ability. So I'm realizing that I think you literally could have broken that whole path. And yeah, the reason why I didn't initially use the blob here is you have to jump into it, and I have to use the D-pad to turn into the blob, so I wasn't super comfortable with this idea. But it looks like it can actually like travel a little further, so it works. And yeah, that's something I have no idea how to use, so that may or may not do anything. And useful anytime soon. It almost looks like there's a path over here on the left. There is. Yeah, that's the thing. It's gonna take a bit before I'm fully on track with what this thing does. Journal entry. Dear child, my fragile light, I spit on the divines that saw fit to shape you, so I curse your fate. May you rest within the crimson depths. May you find me again through the salt. Yep, somebody's kid got dumped in here. They might be one of the not so great ones that got dumped in there. Aha! Another divine remnant. Yeah, this whole blob thing is fucking bizarre world. It's kind of neat, but it's just very strange to control. But you know, this is probably what we needed to get to all of those other areas that I was like, I need a double jump or something to get up here. Is this can go so far for reasons. Like, that still feels so fucking weird. I kind of dig it because it's unique. I don't think I've ever seen anything exactly like that before. Can I? Come on. Come on. There we go. Do 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 do. The closest thing I can think of is there was a Kickstarter game called Mark of the like Mark of the Deep or something like that. which ended up something else has a very similar name now, but it was a game where you were this like Cthulhian weird thing that your entire movement was exactly like what this is doing right now, but you were using both sticks to manipulate the limbs. I knew one of these had to break. Aha! It's another envoy in here. Not necessarily important, but you know what? I probably was never gonna come back down this tube, so it's probably best that that got done. I was hoping to use that as a shortcut back. Turns out that didn't work. Oh, there we go. Sometimes it moves fast, and I don't know how to make it move fast yet. It's also very interesting that we actually stayed in this form when you transition screens. A lot of games don't do that. This opens up basically everything, though. Is that area of the surface we couldn't get up to? Definitely can climb it now. That area in the ship can climb it now. All the remaining areas of the garden, we can go there. The entire world's our oyster now, in the strangest way possible. I need to check something. Okay. 7 to 10 hours, whether you like full explore or whether you just rush through. So we'll probably go ahead and stop here because I definitely don't have it in me to stream for like 8 hours to get this done, and I probably wouldn't have it finished in those 8 hours. So we will probably go ahead and stop here since we've got it opened up for us. And we will finish this on Thursday. This way I don't have to rush through it. Yeah. Coming not long from now, because Thursday's not that far away. There's a possibility I may shift it to next Tuesday, depending on if anything comes up as like a collab option or anything for Thursday. But I don't think that's gonna happen, because nobody's brought anything up specifically for that day currently. It also might end up on Friday, but I don't think so, because I will probably just get it done Thursday. But this way I don't overdo it in one go or any of that, so it all works itself out nicely. The only thing that has me kind of worried about the time frame it was listing as well is the fact that we're only like 4 heralds in out of what the game said was 11 heralds. So the rest of them must like happen rapidly, like back to back to back type rapidly after a certain point. Which admittedly, now that we've got a much better movement ability that gives us access to basically what I would presume the rest of the map is, it starts to make sense. Well, there's a lot of things wrong with a boss rush when you have a very bad health situation as far as this game's concerned. Because we have a long enough health bar, but we still only have that single heal that only heals like 4. I ain't doing a boss rush on that kind of condition, because I will have to do so many of those bosses perfectly that I will hate the game before we even get halfway through it. Remember, I ain't the type to sit there and waste my life redoing a fight 30 times just because I missed a pixel. It just ain't fucking worth it to me. I paid like 14 bucks for this game. If I end up getting 90% of the way through it and I decide the end is not worth my time, I ain't losing much money, and I ain't gonna lose any sleep over it. I'm gonna just be real with you right now on that one. If we end up with another garbage fight like that first boss fight was, this very easily could just get thrown in the bin and I'll move on with my life. Just doing the grand old just lay out expectations right now and be done with it. And for that one. Exactly. It's like, you know, this video game's pissing me off. Trash can. Because people need to remember, if a game isn't fun, then it isn't a video game anymore. It becomes work, and that's just not worth it anymore. You play video games to get away from work, not to put yourself through things you don't enjoy. Exactly. You know, maybe I should make a trash can emote. Now that I think about it. Just have that show up when the game's just being dog shit, and I'm just like, you know what? Trash can. Just have like a little video game box being thrown towards the trash can and the lid's lifted up. There you go, next emote. Expect that in a few days when I eventually get around to making that happen. There you go. If I thought it would be doable enough, I would like do it as an animated emote, but I feel like the animation on that would be small enough that it'd be hard to tell exactly what it is. I'll toy with the idea. I may very well still turn it into an animated emote at the end of the day. Exactly. Subtlety. Subtlety. It's our best strategy, being subtle. Sneaky and subtle. I need to figure out where we're going, and I've been looking at this list the whole time. Yeah. Okay. That'll be the backup plan if I don't have a different one to decide on. Which I've got a lot of people on, but a good chunk of it is unvetted question marks. Or people I've rated a bunch, and that's where it gets awkward once again, is like, I've been here like once a week right now, and it's like, maybe not then. It's like, I technically have a good reason to raid over there, but I'm pretty sure I've raided them like multiple times this month. If I look, I don't know, only one time in the last 30. So you know what, I will do the easy answer today so I don't have to think about it too much then. Yeah, when I say there's a lot, there's Swarm, there's like 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50. And that's like half the list when I'm already at 50. There's a lot of people on my list that are on. There's a lot. That's pretty much where we're at, is like, I'm getting tired and I don't want to think this through too hard, so we're just gonna go see Char, who's finally back at it again. She was having no end of issues for a couple weeks almost, I think. So we'll go give some support to someone who's getting back in after a lot of trouble. I feel like that's the right thing to do. But that's also what I was saying, is like, I raid Char a lot, but I like Char. So, you know. Sometimes it's just as worth it to go to somewhere you're familiar as it is to try to spread things out further. But that said, thank you all for taking the time to be here. This was better and worse than I expected at the same time. That beginning really almost sunk it, but we held through and it worked out. Like we were already discussing, Thursday should be the end of this game, and I will figure out more things going forward. Next Monday will be the first day of Monster Hunter Unite. Tuesday, I don't know what I'll be doing. Saturday, I know I'm bouncing all over the place, but I'm going in thought process order, not day order. Yeah, Friday, I'm going to double check to see if Xeno wants to do something as per usual on that one, and then Saturday is very dependent on whether the 7 Days to Die group is available or not. It looks like basically the majority of the group's back in order, so we should be good for that, but we'll see how it plays out. With all that said, though, have a good night, everybody, and be good to Char. I'll see you on Thursday. Goodbye.